Okay, guys, we are live. So for those listening at home, welcome to the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel. My name is Kevin Madison, and I'm going to be your friendly... what am I going to be tonight? I think you're Game Master. Narrator? Game Master? I don't know. Game Master. Because you see, tonight, at the time of recording is normally one of our Night Below sessions, but unfortunately we were down quite a few players in the last, to be honest, in the last about half hour, 45 minutes. So we had to make some pretty quick changes, and what we decided to do, because we hate wasting sessions, I've been talking about this game the last little while. So Jeff and Arlen have been good enough to give me an excuse to crack out our Talsorian's The Witcher tonight. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll up some characters for The Witcher, and we're going to see how the game shakes out. As is always the case, I'll try and kill their characters, and we'll see how things go. Before we started live, we actually were talking a bit about our exposure to The Witcher as well too. So let me do some introductions here, and then as you guys do introduce yourselves, why don't you tell us what your exposure or experience with The Witcher is. So first up, I have Arlen.
Hi, I'm Arlen, and I don't know who I'm going to be playing yet, so we're going to figure that out. My exposure to The Witcher, so I've played a little bit of all three games, but have not gotten more than about like 4 hours into any of them, which they're all long games, so that's not a whole lot. And then I read the short stories. I read the first collection of short stories and the second collection of short stories.
It's like something of swords, isn't it?
One of them, I think one of them is Sword of Destiny, and the other one is not Blood of Elves, but damn it, I can't remember. I'll look it up.
Blood of Elves is one of them. It's just that it may not be the short story collection.
Yeah, I think Blood of Elves is a story or a book in the series, but not the short story collection.
Okay.
So anyway, I sort of know a little bit about the world, but I'm not an expert by any means.
And the show, have you seen the show?
Like the first episode, I think.
Oh, okay, didn't get beyond it?
I didn't, it's very rare for me to watch a show in its entirety, even shows that I like. I enjoyed the first episode. The fight scene was awesome and all that sort of stuff, obviously. And then I just never went back to it because I so rarely watch TV.
Next up is Jeffrey.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff, and I'll tell you one thing I'm going to be playing tonight. Some kind of awesome character, I'm sure.
Nice.
And I've only played The Witcher 3, and again, similar to Arlen, I played more than 4 hours, but I didn't get that far because I just don't have time in my life for such, big video games anymore. But I enjoyed it a lot, what I did play. And I've watched the entire Netflix series, and I loved it.
Yeah. So me, I'm in a similar boat to both these guys, where I started playing Witcher 3, and then I got to a point where the game forked, and it kind of made it clear that you needed to kind of fuck around and do quests and stuff in order to advance, so I gave up on it then. But the series I've loved, and I watched it twice when it was first out. And then recently when I was prepping for this one shot, I watched it again. So I've seen the series 3 times now. I really, really enjoyed the series, and I have not read any of the novels, but the map that we're looking at right now too is by the very, very awesome Jared Blando. And I actually, it's something I found online, but I actually have purchased a copy of this that's coming to me. This nice, beautiful, big version of it, so I don't feel guilty using it in this game, or at least not as guilty. So I also have picked up, but have not read through yet, the video game companion. So it's a bit like about the a lot of concept art and stuff like that, about the world and the setting. And I understand that there is a difference between the video game and the novels and short stories and the TV show. Each of those has its own liberties, and just like all of those things, we're going to kind of take our liberties as well too. So if you are someone who is a really big, steeped in the Witcher lore, we are inevitably going to get things screwed up. But that's just going to be, that is just unfortunately, that's what you do to with any role-playing game, is you kind of make it your own. We're going to try and avoid any kind of major inconsistencies. So if we do screw up anything on a big scale, please feel free to leave a comment, and so that folks know that, what way we screwed up. But We're also going to try and run the game as much as we can as written because it's a really interesting, it's a very, very fast-moving game, and I'm interested to see how, how it plays out. So, we talked a little bit before we went live, and I've got the character sheet set up for you guys here. And as you can see, the character sheets look pretty fucking good.
Yeah, for sure.
You're going to need a little bit of scratch paper, I think, just because you're going to be writing stuff down and erasing it and whatnot. Now, the way that the character creation is set out in the rulebook I don't find has the greatest layout, because there's stuff where it's in weird places where you kind of need to make a decision about some kind of mechanical modifier, and then turns out it's more consequential later on if you'd made a different decision. So we're going to kind of make a mash we're not going to necessarily follow the direction here. So first thing we got to decide on is what races your characters are going to be. Witchers are a separate, as you guys are both familiar, Witchers are a separate mutated race from humans, and they actually follow a different life path than what any of the other races do. So Witchers are a separate race. There's also the elves, the dwarves, and the humans. In the Witcher's DM screen, they also introduce halflings, but I'm not really interested in halflings. This does not strike me as a Shire-focused story. There's no Shire in this, but... so one of the things, just as a little bit of background for folks who don't know The Witcher, and I mean, with the incredible popularity of the show and that song that made the rounds, which I will not say because it's just going to get stuck. It's already stuck in my head again. The neat thing, the thing I found really interesting about it is how kind of monsters came to the world here. You know, this idea that there was this weird conjunction of dimensions and just a bunch of monsters were spewed out from this. And then the reason they're so terrifying and so horrible to human beings is because this is not their environment. This isn't their ecology. They're things that are aberrations. And hundreds of years ago, when the Witchers were created, they were all over, and this is the same type of life that medieval Europeans would have, stay by the fire, don't go out at night, stay within the walls, fear anything outside of the limits of the village. That was very much the case here, but the Witchers sort of became a victim of their own success, where as more and more monsters were eliminated, people began to kind of think that, what do we really need these things for? Like, there's not, and yeah, so we talked also beforehand that someone's going to play a Witcher and someone's going to play something else. If we're going to give the Witcher a try, someone's obviously going to have to take the take the hit and play the monster hunter who's hated by everyone. But which of you guys is really itching to play a Witcher, and which of you guys is itching to play something different?
Any preference, Arlen?
I have no preference. Happy to play a Witcher, happy to play a run-of-the-mill human, happy to play something else a little weirder than a human, but not as weird as a Witcher.
Totally. I think if you played The Witcher, I would maybe make a mage.
Yeah.
Or if you don't want to be The Witcher, you could pick from anything, and I'll play The Witcher. You could roll for it.
Have you play the mage, and I'll play a Witcher.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. Okay. So then, the other thing is, and that makes up a decision of your profession as well, too, because that's another component. We run through a life path as well, too, so we'll figure that out. We also have to figure your statistics, and then we pick up skills, we get your coin, and then you outfit yourself. That's the path. I think what we'll do is we will start with your stats, and we'll kind of go from there, because I think that they will help inform what your characters, who these people are as you get to meet them over the course of the life path and as you're crafting other stuff together. So to do that, we're going to go with what they recommend, which is rolling, and it's on.
Nice.
Yes, another strange bit of layout here too. The stats are on like 2 pages, kind of sandwiched in the middle of character creation, and that's the only place that tells you what the skills, the stats are. Okay, here we go. So generating your stats, guys, are. Each of you roll 9d10, and then you get to re-roll any 1s or 2s.
Okay.
All right.
And then we'll see what the total is, and if you're below, say, 60 points, we'll give you some points to bump up stuff. So the stats here are intelligence, reflexes, dexterity, body, speed, empathy, craft, will, and luck. Luck is your narrative metacurrency in this game for spending to achieve things. The rest of these probably make sense. Craft is literally your crafting thing, and there is a really, really cool crafting mechanic in the game. So making a crafter, and like weapons get damaged, armor gets damaged, so don't think that crafting is a shitty pick for what, for a stat. Did you guys roll and I just didn't see it, or?
No, I haven't rolled yet.
Haven't rolled yet.
Okay.
90-10.
All right, great, Arlen. No re-rolls,
61.
and a couple 9s too. Holy shit! Pretty
Yeah.
good. Okay,
Wow.
that gauntlet's been thrown there, Jeff.
9d10.
Here we go. A 10, and you get one re-roll. Oh, I gotta turn my phone off. Hold on, my damn phone's on.
Oh, a 2 becomes a 1. That's funny.
Okay. Oh no, you gotta re-roll again. Yeah, any 1s or 2s, keep re-rolling. Can't start with a minimum is 3. 7, not bad. All right, guys. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna assign those stats to your attributes, and you have to assign them at your. Oh gosh, which side is it here? The character sheet's a little wonky. Oh, on the left, on the maximum, first, and then you'll be able to adjust the current to the current level. So the things that are going to be important, Jeff, you're playing a mage. Willpower is very important.
Yeah.
Intelligence is also handy for a mage. And for a witcher, reflexes is very important because it's fighting, dodging, stuff like that. Body is fairly important. Speed is important to get to places. Will is what you would use to work your signs. Your things, that little magical tricks that witchers learn. Empathy probably could be a dump stat because you suck at empathy anyway. The witchers end up taking a pretty substantial penalty to empathy anyway. So go ahead and assign your stats, guys. Nice.
So I first assumed that you would just put them in order because that's the way we do so many other games. But I think I've got them pretty good. I've got good reflexes, pretty good dexterity, great body and speed, low empathy. I'm pretty good at crafting, pretty good will. Don't have a lot of luck, but that seems kind of witchery too.
Yeah, I mean, and you can feel free to swap stuff if you want as well.
I swapped around a couple things.
Oh, did you already? Okay, cool.
To make it look like that.
Let me double check and see, because I think that your signs, like the little magical tricks, they rely on the way that task resolution works in this is the easiest thing in the world. It's a D10 plus your stat plus your skill. That's it. So it's very, very easy to sort of judge what you might be getting. If you're halfway decent at it, your bonus is going to be more than what you'd get on a D10 anyway.
So, and then we should set the current to the same?
Yes, then match your current to what your same is. There you go. Okay. So we got stats thing, and then your derived stats should be calculating as well, too, so you need to go and update those suckers as well. Your so your updated stats, or your derived stats are stun, which is the... how hard you are to knock unconscious. And when you are forced to make a stun save, what you need to do is make a roll equal to your stun or less. Run is how fast you run when you're moving at a comfortable run. Leap is how far you leap. Vigor is how many points of chaos you can channel. That'll be important for you, Jeffrey, as the mage. Because wizards they channel magic through themselves. Health points is your hit point kind of total. Although... this game sort of has to be honest, it's kind of similar to Rollmaster in a way where there's like hit points and there's critical hits. Critical hits are more often than not the thing that's going to really screw you up, and the difference in skill level between opponents is usually more apparent in the crits than it is in the hit points. You don't necessarily, if you're a much better swordsman or axeman or whatever than your opponent, you are more likely to get a critical hit than you are just to do more damage and whittle their hit points down. So it's kind of neat that way. Stamina is how much exhaustion you can spend, and stamina, actually, that reminds me of the hero system, because you spend stamina in combat to do things. Encumbrance is what you think it is. Recovery is how much health you get back with each day. And your punch and kick is... not on the character sheet there. Okay. Wound threshold is the... how much... What is it? How much damage you can take before... Oh, that's when it gets to that level, I think that's when you start taking penalties. And your character sheet will track that automatically for you. It'll apply penalties to your skills for when you are, either too tired or too injured or whatever. It's pretty awesome that way. Okay. Then, looks like you got everything entered in there. Your race, your profession is good there. Jeffrey, now, for mages... Mages can be humans, or they can be elves. The elves in this game or in this setting, are a defeated race. You may remember the episode where he meets up with the king of the elves, who's living as a refugee in some mountains in a cave, supported by a Sylvan who was stealing shit for him. The elves fought a series of wars with... humankind and generally lost them all. So elves are, especially if you look at the map, let me just minimize I got your character sheets out here. So the big area here, these are the northern kingdoms. Unfortunately, in the north, racism is very, very, very prevalent against non-humans. The kind of casual violence towards non-humans is... I don't want to use real-world parallels here, but I mean, it would not be... people wouldn't look at you funny if an elf, gave you some justification for just murdering him, and you did that, and left their body in a ditch. Obviously, there are things that would affect that if the elf is valued, or traveling with someone, or whatnot too, but it's a precarious existence. I don't say that to deter you from playing an elf, because that can actually be a shit ton of fun, especially if you've got a Witcher companion. But the humans will likely have less of a societal issue. Mages are...
I think I'm going to go with human, just because the mages already carry enough baggage as far as being...
Absolutely.
Treated,
so here's some of the things you get from your race. And we'll go through the way, and I think you can put these under your magic and spells, maybe. I think. Let's see if you go to your magic and skills tab. Or magic and spells, sorry, not skills. Signs, invocations, rituals, hexes. Now, where do you put your... Maybe not there. Oh, perks, racial, and campaign notes. Okay, so it's under the background tab is where we're going to put this. So, as a Witcher, you have first enhanced senses. Due to the heightened senses, Witchers take no penalties from areas of dim light and gain an inherent +1 to their awareness skill, as well as the ability to track things by scent alone. I'm on page 22 of the core rulebook for the Witcher rules here.
Yep.
You also are resilient mutation. After all the mutations required to become a Witcher, you are immune to diseases and are able to use mutagens. Use mutagens without dying, at least. You have dulled emotions, though. Thanks to trauma and mutation, Witcher's emotions are dulled. Witchers do not have to make courage checks against intimidation, but they have a -4 to their empathy stat, which cannot bring it below 1. And then the final thing with the Witchers is the lightning reflexes. After intensive training and mutation, Witchers are much faster and more agile than humans, gaining a permanent +1 to their reflex and +1 to their dexterity, which can raise the stats above 10. Then, the humans Jeffrey, you get, you're trustworthy. In a human where non-humans can't be trusted, humans look more trustworthy. Humans have an inherent +1 to their charisma, seduction, and persuasion checks against other humans. And I'll close these off here so folks aren't just looking at the character sheets. You also have ingenuity. Humans are clever and often have brilliant solutions to difficult problems. Humans gain an inherent +1 to deduction. And deduction is a skill. And finally, they are blindly stubborn. Part of the human race's greatest strength is its willingness to charge forward endlessly, even into truly life-threatening situations. A human can summon up their courage and re-roll a failed resist coercion or courage roll 3 times per game session. And they take the higher of the 2 rolls, but if they still fail, they cannot reuse the ability to roll again. So 3 times per session, you can re-roll either a coercion or courage roll 1 time. I'm on page 24 of the core rulebook for that.
I'm just typing it into the...
Sure.
Hey, there we go.
Awesome. All right, so... Next thing, let's do some life path stuff. So, I'm going to flip back and forth, and we'll follow both of your characters along on their path here. I just need to find, because the Witcher one is further in the book. Where is it here? I think. Yes, here we go. Nope. Yes, here we go. Witcher life path is on page 238, Arlen.
All right.
And then the life path for you, Jeff, starts on page 25. So, Arlen, it sounds like you're ready for your first roll here.
1d10 for when did you become a Witcher?
Yep. 10.
That's a 1d0.
Oh.
So, whoops.
Try that again.
All right, 3. Early childhood.
Early childhood, 3. Early childhood. You were taken to become a Witcher when you were young, between 4 and 6 years old. You had some normal memories to aid you when you were taking the Trial of Grasses. That's, of course, the horrific thing that you do to become a Witcher. Jeff, do you want to roll your homeland randomly, or do you want to
Totally.
pick? Yeah, of course you do. What am I talking about? So give me a D.
Before I do this, I'm just gonna roll my sex.
Oh, okay, yep.
Roll 1d2. And obviously, odd is male and even is female.
Okay.
Scientific reasons.
Odd as male. There you go. Okay, so you're a male mage. Now give us a D10 roll.
Okay.
Let's see where you come from.
1d10.
10.
Oh.
Even. So you're actually from Nilfgaard. Nilfgaard is in the top right there. They're the kind of scary, expansionist, communist kind of religious fanatic country. It is a not communist, a socialist kind of thing where the idea is that they try and treat everyone equally, but it's sort of like cartoonish socialism where everyone gets gruel.
Well, to be fair to the Nilfgaardians, they also have the best treatment of the demi-human races.
They do,
relative
yep.
to the kingdoms.
But unfortunately, a really bad treatment of mages.
But a really bad treatment of mages, so not great for Jeff's character.
There's not really a good place. Brookalon Forest maybe is a little bit, but you could claim that they're sort of under control of something else too. So the neat thing with this thing is with the setting is it really is a dark setting. Like there's no happy place. So let's see here. Jeff, give us another D10 roll. Let's see what your let's see. We gotta go to Nilfgaard origin.
I'm a vassal.
Interesting. Okay, so that is Gemeria. Gemmeria. It's a vassal state. So Gemeria is, wow, way far south. If you took, yeah. Okay. So that means you get +1 intimidation. Let's see if your family's still alive. And then once we turn pages, we'll turn page for you two, Arlen, and we'll carry on with The Witcher. So Jeff, give us another D10 roll.
Okay.
Even. Your family is alive and still together. And then go another D10 roll, please. Let's see. even or odd. Something happened to your parents, though. And we'll find out what happened to them in a moment. Arlen, next thing for you is, what school did you train in? Give us a D10 roll. 7. The Viper School. Interesting. So you trained at Gorther Gweed in the deep chasms of the Tir Tokair Mountains. Unlike other Witchers, you were trained on twin blades and an assassination-based approach to killing monsters. And your neat thing is you have no penalties for dual wielding.
Mm-hmm.
And let's carry on to the next page for you, because we kind of, well, I kind of screwed you there. let's see how your early training went once you get that entered.
Viper School in Grizzard grade.
Okay.
No penalties dual wielding. All right, and then next one, early training. How did early training go?
D10, let's see. 10. Extensive research. Now, this is going to be stretching your role-playing skills to be playing a studious character, but... So you get +1 to Witcher training, and what Witcher training is the signature skill for the Witcher profession. Each of the professions has one signature skill, and then there are sub-skills that go down from that as well. So you get +1 to your Witcher training automatically. While sword training was important, you spent most of your free time in the libraries of the keep studying the monsters of the world and taking notes. Now let's see how your trials went. Give us a D10 roll.
Ooh.
A 1. Nearly fatal. An additional -1 to your empathy and a -1 to your body. The trial of grasses nearly destroyed your body. Though you survived the process, your body and mind were damaged permanently.
Can empathy go down to 0? Because my empathy is already a 1.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll leave it at 1 for now. I don't think it can go down below...
I know the other thing didn't reduce it below 1.
Yeah, that
-4 empathy for the
I'm
Witcher.
assuming there's a really big errata document for this as well too. I'm gonna assume it doesn't for now, and then it's not a really big thing. Honestly, like a 1 point of difference between your 1 and 0 ain't gonna make a huge hill of beans difference anyway. But that sort of makes sense too. That if you spent all that time reading instead of actually paying attention, to your sword training, it makes sense that you would have barely, or at least succeeded at a cost. All right, Jeffrey, let's check and see what happened to your parents. Give us a D10 roll. I'm looking under Nilfgaard's status under 27. Oh, actually, first off, we're going to see which of the two. So 5. So this is your mother first. So give us another D10.
Oh, I need 2 of them? Yeah.
Yeah, a 9. So your mother, your mother was enslaved. They either committed a crime against the Empire or they were set up by a rival.
So my mother was imprisoned.
Yep, enslaved.
Oh, enslaved.
Yep. So your mother was enslaved. Your father is fine, but your mother was enslaved either because she committed a crime or because she was framed for a crime. Which of the two do you think it was?
I think she committed the crime.
Ooh, a crime against the Empire. Wow. If your father survived it, then did he turn against her?
He turned her in.
Awesome. I mean, not awesome for her, but great for story. Okay. So he's kind of a, because the Nilfgaardians have like a Stasi type, secret police thing that operates within too. So let's check what your family status is now. Give us a D10, Jeff. And then we'll check back in on our Witcher. A 10. Peasant family. You grew up on one of thousands of farms across the Empire. You had little to your name, but life was simple. Your starting gear is a lucky token, which grants +1 luck.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, for Witchers, let's see here. Oh, we also pick... Hold on here. Early trials, most important event. Hold on here. I want to make sure I'm doing this right. 'Cause let's see here. Because one of the things that they say on the events, let's see here, is for every 10 years you've been alive, you roll for life events. And it seems not fair for The Witcher to just roll on that. Let me check one thing here. I'm going to see if maybe The Witcher is supposed to only... The initial life path stuff is separate for them, but... Let's see here. Witchers. Okay. Because I wonder if we're supposed to roll your most important event and then go and let you roll other events too, because it's kind of fun the way that it fills out the backstory for your character, and it would be a shame to rob you of that. Okay. Let's see. Because it doesn't say on the Witcher one. Here we go. Let's see. So any Witcher character in this setting has been alive for between 50 and 260 years.
Okay, so a couple rolls on the additional events tables.
Yeah, so let's do this. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's... let's say that we'll roll your... When we get to the life events thing, Arlen, so you're not robbed, we'll say... let's roll 5 events for you on top of the others, and then we'll see what... That'll be enough to hit the kind of the high points of it. And then if... for those listening at home, forgive me if we're getting this wrong, but just, fumbling our way along here. So the... Let's see what the most important event was for you, though. So, Arlen, give us a D10 roll. 1. You were given a child by the law of surprises. Where have I heard that before? Along your travels, you invoked the law of surprise and received a child. They may have been...
I rolled odd, so a boy.
So it's a boy?
He may have become a Witcher.
So, let's see here. What do you think? Do you think you would have subjected the boy to...
My empathy is really low. I can't imagine my Witcher not subjecting the boy to Witcher training.
So give us a D10 roll and a 1 to... Anything but a 1 to 3, they die during their trials.
Yep. That was it for him.
9, so yeah.
Not make it.
When he came of age, you just committed him to the trials?
And give us one more D10. Let's see where you are now.
1 more D10.
A 1. You became a personal Witcher. You signed on to work for a merchant group, a noble house, or important person as a personal Witcher. You work for modest pay and hunt what they tell you to hunt. Mostly, it's monsters. Makes sense, actually, if you're a Viper, School of Viper as well, because you're a very skilled assassin. Hold on, I gotta make some room for... Alright, my co-DM wants up here. Alright, up you go. Yep, up you go. Go on. Come on. There you go. Good girl. Hi. Hi. Thank you. Anna loves The Witcher as well. Don't ya? Don't ya? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we got that down. Now, Jeffrey, let's see about... I
think the next one is a most influential friend.
Yeah, so give us a D10 roll. Because you're Nilfgaard. 1. Cult of the Great Sun. As I mentioned, there's a cult there. Your greatest influence was the church. You spent years learning chants and rituals, and you gained a ceremonial mask. And the cult of the Great Sun. And I don't know how it plays out in the books or the game, to be honest. But in the show, they're presented as like full-on fanatics, like thinking they're going to get an afterlife, dying in the service to their god. Okay, and then we're going on to your siblings. So give us a D10 roll again. Let's see how many siblings you got. So we know your mother, the farmer's wife, was turned in by her husband. You are a mage, and then you have 3 siblings.
Wow.
Yep. And why don't we do this? So for each of them, give me 4 D10. We'll just read across whatever you get. So we know you got 3 of them. Hello, sweetie. And then we'll start doing your life events one at a time here, guys. Okay, so 3, a male, older, who has no feelings about you, who is immature. So you had an older brother who was immature, who didn't give a shit about you.
Okay, older brother, immature, ignores me.
Yep, and you got 2 more. Next one. Another brother who's older, who's possessive of you, who's very chatty. So an older brother who's chatty, who's possessive of you.
And one last one.
Final sibling. Another brother who's older, who can't stand you, and is talkative. So you got 2 brothers, both who are chatty. One likes you, one hates you, and one forgets. It just ignores that you're around. Did your mother commit a crime in relation to you being a mage?
Maybe. Like, how did they feel? How do they feel about mages there?
So they kind of like, if you're a mage, you're sort of put in service to the state. So yeah, so it's sort of understandable why they may not have wanted you to go there, because they're really seen more as assets than they are like the sort of. I mean, they're feared in the northern kingdoms as well, but they, because of I think it's the Council of Mages, they have a lot more freedom. Also, people are scared of them too, so there's that.
Yeah, maybe she was trying to hide my status, and because of that, she did something, and my father felt responsible to turn her in order to sort of save the rest of us.
Okay.
And so my one brother hates me for it, but my other brother sort of takes on her role of being protective of me.
Yeah. So, how old do you think you are when we first meet him? Oh, it's all boys too. I forgot you're playing a male character.
Yeah, it's hilarious. All boys. I don't know. Let's say he's in his 20s.
Okay.
So here, I'll roll.
Well, 20s is good enough. Like, just
doesn't have to be exact.
10. Yeah. Well, it just tells us how many life events you'll be going through.
Which is 2, right?
Yeah, that'll be 2. So first one, we'll start with Arlen, because I mean you got 5 to go through here. So Arlen, let's roll. Give us a D10 roll.
Yep.
Numero
uno.
uno.
Don't I have to decide my danger?
Your danger?
Life as a Witcher, it's got a whole thing for danger potential.
Let's see here.
That I see on page 241.
Let's see.
And I don't know if that's a part of a thing, but...
No, that is... let's see here. For each decade... Oh, hold on. Maybe this is the life path stuff for her. This is your... Oh, fucking awesome. This is your life path stuff. Ignore me. So, let's start with... So, you're long-lived. When the character begins their travels, they're somewhere between 20 and 29. For each decade after this, choose how much risk you took on as a Witcher and roll for your decade. First, roll on the danger row for that risk level to see if something went wrong during the decade. If something did, roll on the danger table on 245. After that, roll on the outcome row for that decade, then on the benefits, allies, or hunt. This is amazing. Okay, so for your first year out, having been savaged in the Trial of Tall Grasses, or the Trial of Grasses, what do you think? Cautious, normal, neutral, non-neutral, or risky?
I think I'm gonna go non-neutral because I'm still pretty young, pretty cocky.
Yep. So give us a 50% roll, please. Or a percentile roll, please. 60. Okay, so no danger. Then give us a D10 roll.
4 is an ally.
4 is an ally. So let's go to your ally. Give us 1, 2, 3. A 3D10.
3D10.
Yeah. So we got
4, 5, 4.
A male craftsman who hired you for something. How close are you? Give us a D10 roll. So a craftsman hired you for something. You're friends with them. And then give us a percentile roll. 30% chance of them being dead. 6. So they're still alive. Give us one more.
No, that's the percentile roll is 21.
Oh, they're dead.
Yep. And then how did they die?
Goes D10. Monster attack. Oh, fuck. Oh, that is... Life is unfair. So their first year out, you made a friend. Oh, my gosh. And then he was killed by a monster. Is it too cliche to think that it's the thing that you were supposed to be hunting?
I can't imagine anything else. Or maybe as a reprisal if I hunted like one of them, but it had a mate.
Yes, love it. Yeah. You killed the baby and not realizing the mama was still around. Love it.
Yep.
Okay, Jeffrey, your first life event. Give us a D10.
Just hold on, I want to add something. There seems to be a real theme so far to Arlen's character. Those who get close to him perish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now
right.
I'll roll my D10.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
The 8. Romance.
Interesting.
Wow. So in your first years, so romance is... Give us a D10 roll again. Let's see what the love affair was like. 5. A problematic love affair. A problematic love. Give us another D10. Let's see what the problem was. 3. Your lover is under a minor curse, such as paranoia or horrible nightmares.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that was an interesting couple of years then. You're not too old either. If you're only going to be in your 20s, then you're probably... This may be something that still may be current, or at least running concurrent. Next decade for Arlen. Is this decade cautious, normal, non-neutral, or risky?
I'm going to do non-neutral again.
Okay. Nice. No danger.
Not danger.
Then a D10.
So...
8. A hunt. Love it. So let's see here. So the hunt. What was the prey? There's a D10. A vampire. You've made your DM so happy. I love the vampires in this. They're so fucking cool. Where was it? Give us a D10.
D10.
See, a 5 is... So in the mountains. How did it end? Another D10.
How did it end?
Another 5. The employer paid you in trade. That's interesting. Was there a twist? Give us a D10. 8. No twist. All right, so you're hunting vampires. Pretty cool. For every hunt result, Choose a monster within the prey subcategory that you rolled. You learned all about that monster and gain +2 to any Witcher training checks about it. So we'll just say for now, you know, that +2 to one vampire subtype. And we can figure out what that is when we talk about how to kind of stitch all this together. Jeffrey, next 10 years. Give us a D10. 4. Fortune or misfortune? Give us a D10. Ooh. On the even side, it's fortune. Odds, misfortune.
Wait, what? Oh, I see. You first roll a D10 and then you just see which.
Yeah, first roll D10 to see if it's fortune or misfortune. Then you roll another D10 to see which. Misfortune.
Oh no!
Give us another D10 roll. Let's see what misfortune has befallen your fledgling mage. Is it a 7 again?
Yeah.
Betrayal. Give us another D10. 5. A secret was exposed. So some secret was exposed for you. Where we start in our adventure is on the north. This will be right as Nilfgaard is marching on the Northern Kingdom, or the Northern Kingdoms. So I'm assuming both of you guys have left if you were in Nilfgaard. The Viper, I think, is somewhere in the Northern Kingdom. It's not in Nilfgaard, even though it's the Viper. I could be wrong about that. Actually, maybe someone in chat. I see there's a bunch of folks in chat. Oh, maybe Mom was a witch and was enslaved to the state. Good idea, Max. Someone in chat. Jesus, chat's really active. Hey, guys. So we got some good ideas for how to tie in your character, too, Jeff.
Nice.
Yeah. And then if someone in chat knows as well, too, where the I can't remember, it's the Citadel or whatever. It's Kaer Morhen is the one for the School of the Wolf. I don't remember where in the continent the School of the Viper is. So if anyone knows, say in chat, and I'll check that afterwards. All right, Jeffrey, so you know someone betrayed you. Let's go back to our Witcher. So, next 10 years, Arlen. How are we doing it? Cautious, normal, non-neutral, or risky?
I'm going to do non-neutral again.
Yep. Keep flying close to that flame. Let's do it.
That seems like the thing to do.
66 again. Nice. Give us a D10
roll.
10. Nothing. That's squat. So then, Jeffrey, you're 29, so I think you've, or however old you said you're in your 20s, I think you're done now, or do you want to do one more?
Even though I'm only, I'll just say he's like, 26 or something.
Sure, yeah, let's do one more.
Yeah, so, just because they're fun.
Heck yeah. Give us a D10 roll. 4 is fortune or misfortune. So evens or odds. See if it's a fortune or a misfortune.
Fortune this time.
Oh! Misfortune. One more roll. Let's see what else. Someone betrayed you, and then what else? What other shitty thing happened to you? 1. Debt. You fell deeply into debt to the tune of 1d10 times 100 crowns. Oh my god. 800 crowns. Holy shit.
I did a Google search, and it looks like the School of the Viper our keep is in Nilfgaard itself.
Oh, well, where in
the Tir Tocher Mountains, which divides the Korath Desert from the modern-day northern and central provinces of the Nilfgaardian Empire.
Oh, super cool. So it's got to be right over here.
Yeah, somewhere.
Awesome.
Somewhere out here.
Cool. So that makes sense why you guys would have met up in Nilfgaard then.
Yeah.
Okay. So then let us do your next decade. We're 3 decades in right now, right? This is your 4th one now, I think.
Yes.
Yep.
That's correct.
So how is your 4th decade being spent?
I'm gonna go a little quieter this time. I'm gonna do normal.
Normal. Okay.
I'm cooling off a little bit.
Okay. Good call.
Good thing I did.
Good call. Give us a D10.
All right. And then an event.
Nothing happened. That's what happens when you live boring. You live large,
I know.
all crazy shit happens. So then your 5th decade.
5th decade, I'm going to go normal again.
Okay.
I'm safe, but nothing
happened. Is that where we're leaving your character, or you want to push the limits?
Let's do. We haven't rolled the danger yet.
Okay.
Seems like maybe we should do one more at risky to see if we can get the danger table.
Absolutely.
in play.
Let's see what's going on here. Come
All
on,
right.
risky. Give us a D10.
All right, D10.
2. A benefit. Nice. So give us another D10 roll. 1. Law of surprise. You invoked the law of surprises during that decade. Give us a D10 to see what you got. Come on, mule. Number 2, a dog.
Oh.
Truly, we're incorporating dogs into every single one of my campaigns now. Awesome. And this is right before the game starts, too, so this dog is still with you. Or you tell me, like, do you think the dog is still with you?
Oh, I think he's still with me, and he's not like some mangy dog from a peasant. This is a dog from my employer that's like a big, like a hunting dog, a wolfhound or something.
Love it. Yep.
It's a serious help to me when I'm taking down all these monsters.
Love it. Okay. So then, guys, next thing we're going to do is we're going to get your skills done. So, let me see here. Your profession.
What about personal style?
Do you want to roll that now, or you want to roll that at the end?
Doesn't matter. I just saw it next on the scroll.
Your call. Your call.
Well, we could roll it now. It's just a few
Sure.
rolls, right?
So, give me 4 4d10, Jeff, for your style. Nice. Okay, so your clothing is revealing. Your personality is rebellious. Your hairstyle is shaven sides. And your affectations are war paint. Arlen, you want to give us a 4d10 and see about your style? Now, we know that you've got the kind of like cat eyes of a witcher. Okay, but otherwise... the white hair that Geralt has isn't indicative of every Witcher. He's a rarity for that. Revealing clothing as well. Rebellious as well. Braided hair. And a shadowy cloak is your affectation. Jeff, you want to roll your values?
Yeah. So that's 3d10?
That is 3d10, yeah. So a 6 is you have a pet. Your value is your word, and your feelings on people is neutral. And Arlen?
3d6?
3d10, please.
3d10, sorry.
Yep.
Of course, all of them are d10s.
Yeah. All right, so your valued person is a public figure. Your value, what you value is knowledge, not surprising given your time in the library at the School of the Viper, and your feelings towards people, everyone deserves to die. Now, for names, oh, they don't give you sample names for Nilfgaard. Yeah, So, I don't know what to tell you there.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll get one.
Yeah, we'll figure it out what... I mean, you guys may be traveling under aliases anyway. All right, so we got that done. How are the guys? How are the characters looking so far, guys? You got an idea in your head as to kind of who these people are?
Yes. I've made up a bit of a backstory based on my rolls.
Nice. All right, so now what you guys need to do is assign skills. So, each... Oh, boy. So each... where's the page of this? I think it's 33 points you've got, but you have to put 1 point in minimum into each of your class skills. Give me a sec here. I can't remember. On the character sheet, is there a place to mark what your class skills are?
Is there a place to mark class?
Like a little box to tick or something like that?
I don't
see anything.
Don't see anything? No problem. Okay, so here's what you do, guys. So I'm looking on page 49. This is where I was thinking of. Your first, so it's 44 points. So the reason I'm thinking 33 is because you have 44 points, you have 11 skills that come from your skill package, and you have to put 1 point in each of those. So you could just do 1 in each of them and then distribute 33 other points. You can't put more than 6 in any one skill. And if you take a look on, let's see here, on the professions, the Witcher is, where are you here? Witcher's on page 46, and the Mage is on page 42. So one of the things, I'll pop open your character sheets here so we can follow along.
Okay.
So the skills at the bottom, where it's those colors, those are specialty skills. You will not be, or profession skills. You don't need to worry about those yet, because although except for your Witcher training, yeah.
Yeah.
And your profession skill is, let's see here. As a mage is, I think, magic training.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then you can see there, so if you want to mark
So
these...
Here, this is magic training?
Yep, magic training. And you can put 1 point in there, and then, and magic training uses, I think it's will?
Int.
Oh, it is int, yeah.
But it's not on the list.
Oh, it's under profession skills. It's not under your, like, it's separate. See, each of the classes has a defining skill that's listed on the profession page in the top left. If you're on page 42, Jeff, where it says Mage,
Right.
see, top left, defining skill is magic training.
Right. But when I click on the drop-down, int isn't an option for on this character sheet.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. I don't know why that is. Craft will...
There.
Oh, it might be SMA, maybe smarts. It may have been called something different. It's
oh, yeah, okay.
I think
and then the skill level starts at 1.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna click on
If
this.
it doesn't roll properly, we'll just we'll figure something out. But yes, and then your other ones are starting at 1 for human perception, spellcasting, hex weaving, resist magic. So the way magic works in this is there are, broadly speaking, 4 kinds of magic. There are spells, which are, very much like in other fantasy games. There are rituals, which take longer to do, and then you can get them off. Hexes are a type of magic that works with sort of the primal rules of the universe. It works with things like the same thing that the law of surprise is based on, or surprises is based on, where there are certain truths that the universe just operates by. Curses have a sense of sort of like karmic fairness. That's what hexes tap into. And the final one are signs, which are what the Witcher use. It's a cheat. Mages can learn any of the 4, but they only start with spells, a ritual, and a hex. And Witchers can only ever use signs. You guys will each want to record what your vigor is as well. A mage's vigor is 5. A witcher's vigor is 2. This will tell you how much power you can juice your spells up with.
And that's probably under magic and spell? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And you'll want to enter your stamina in there. Oh,
so wait. For skills, you were saying we have 33 points plus... Put 1 in each of the ones that's listed under the
hold on,
skills?
Jeff. 1 second here. What is going on here? Oop. Why is this not updating properly? Hold on. Your current stats are not
Yeah,
displaying.
they seem to be showing the bonus or something.
Okay.
I don't know. I tried to type in there and I couldn't.
Yeah, what is... Hold up. Because I had this problem with it before. I don't remember how I fixed it. Oh.
I thought maybe they were the stat modifiers, but...
No, they're your current stats. Like, the reason your stats aren't calculating properly right... Oh, you know why? Hold on. I'm a dummy. Watch this. I remember how it fixes now. Let's see. 10... 10... There we go. 45, 45. Oop, that's not right. Okay, what has gone on here? Let's see. Because it calculates your injury as you go along here. So your hit points. Let me see what your hit points are supposed to be here. I remember that there was something I did because I was fucking around with this last week.
Oh, I see. As you get injured,
yeah,
it decreases your stats.
It automatically decreases your stats, but I want to make sure that those starting stats that are there, that those are listed correctly. So 1 second here, because it went wonky for me a moment ago. All right. And because the stats are only listed on that one, like, they cram a lot of stuff into this book, and I don't know how they would have, like, I wouldn't change what's in here. It's not laid out incredibly well. It's a little tricky to navigate around quickly if you're looking for something. Okay, so your hit points, health points. Your body is a 4. Your will is a 10. So it should be divided by 2 is a 7. Your hit points and your stamina should be 35 each. Actually. Okay, so why is this... what did I do to fix this last time? Gosh.
Oh, because you can't just type in those boxes. Oh, there you go.
Let's see here.
Oh, they're right.
Okay, so I just put your hit points in correctly. There we go.
And then it made the current ones correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so there we go. Encumbrance. Recovery. 7, 7. Resolve. 25. Awesome. Okay, so there you go. Everything's working right now. Now, how are you guys doing? Sorry about that, Jeff. I didn't mean to take you away from creating
No, that's okay.
your stuff.
I just wanted to be clear about the skill points. You
Yes.
said we have 33 plus we put 1 in each of these?
No, you put... Yeah, exactly. So you have to put 1 in each of those skills first, and then you also get 33 more points to distribute amongst them. And then what you can do is... you have a number of skill points equal to your intelligence stat plus your reflex stat, and you can put those into anything.
Intelligence plus reflex is extra. Okay.
Yeah, and then those are pickup skills, and they cannot go to profession skills, and like profession skills, they can't go over 6. Oh, and there are certain, to make these even more complicated, if you look on page 49, there are certain skills that have a 2 next to them, which means it costs you 2 points per level, because they are more complicated skills. Those are language, monster lore, tactics, hex weaving, spell casting, resist magic, ritual crafting, and trap crafting. Oh, and crafting and alchemy. Now, you do not need to put any points into monster lore, Arlen. You may already know this because your Witcher training counts as that. That's one of your profession abilities.
So the 44 points only go into the profession skills, and then the extra points from reflex and intelligence go into other things.
Correct. Yeah, and you have to have a minimum of 1 in every one of your profession skills.
Minimum of 1 in everything that's profession. Okay, so
Yeah.
I didn't read through correctly and did it wrong the first time, but I'm going to go back and do it
Okay.
right. Awareness, deduction, spell casting.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Max. No, I'm glad. And Max said thanks for all the posts. Hey, Hobbs. Oh, sorry, but unfortunately, because we're already partway through character creation and we're an hour in, I think we're gonna have to call it in that next time. Let's see here. Empathy. We don't need any stinking empathy. I would agree. Let's see here. Reggie. These guys are all. The characters are going to be amazing. I agree.
And nothing higher than 6, you said?
Nothing higher than 6. Yeah.
I get +1 awareness for being a Witcher. Does that mean my max is 7 or my max is 6, including the +1?
You can go over the max of 6 with that.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent. I'm going to be super aware.
Yep.
That seems cool.
Yeah, which is it fits with your whole, and because you can smell stuff too.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so then I get 17 more points for int and reflexes.
Yep.
For other stuff. Okay.
It may be the best looking character sheet I've seen on Roll20. Like with the thing of the thing tearing through there, it's super cool.
Yeah, it definitely looks really good, and as complicated as some of the. I'm sure in play, it seems like a lot of this complication is going to be front loaded.
It is, and I think the thing is, their errata does a really good job of clarifying this stuff. Like it's really. Because of where things are set up, what would be really beneficial for the game if they had one page that was just, here's all the things that you do with all the numbers of what you're attributing where. And they've done that in the errata, and I wonder if they're going to do it in a reprint. Because it is, like, you're absolutely correct. Once you actually get everything in, the game plays very, very fast on its feet. It's intuitive in the way that we like a lot of the games, and there's some interesting decisions you get to make in combat. Combat is very back and forth. In it as well. So, here, I'll quote down. How are you guys doing for skill selection so far? Any questions about your skills that I can answer?
That's 10, 16, so I got one.
So defenses. Here's one question you guys may have. Less so you, Jeff, than Arlen. Arlen, the defenses. What you can do is you can like block. You can get to something in the way. And then your weapon takes damage. You can dodge, which is just get out of the way for something, or you can try and parry, which is you take a penalty to the attacker. I think it's -3 to it, but then your weapon takes no damage as you knock the thing aside. Yeah, the cool thing with it is and we'll see how it works out in play. I think it'll be pretty easy to manage. Basically, everything's got like a kind of hardness or whatever, and it ticks down as it takes damage.
Kind of like Trudvang, right?
Very much like Trudvang.
This is like damage reduction, and then you have essentially hit points for the
It's
item.
a little more abstracted in this, so it plays a little better. It's close to what we do in Pathfinder with shields. You know,
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of cool. It fits, and it fits the thing that was not only. I think it's a really interesting setting, really beautiful book, cool setting. The thing that would interest me is seeing how it plays over time, because the way the crafting rules work and the way that the breakdown of like items and stuff like that over time, and then the random events and shit like that. Like I think that it could be a really cool game to see in motion. Oh, and recovering from injuries is no small thing either.
Okay.
So
so I took first aid as one of my picked it up on the job things.
Good
I
call.
figured that'd be good.
Yep.
I maxed out swordsmanship and dodge escape as part of my Witcher training.
Yep. And we're gonna
got
do the what do you call it? We're gonna do the book thing where it's 2 different swords that you carry, one of cold iron and one of silver.
Yep.
Just I think it's cooler.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So I should put. No, I'm gonna leave it the way I did it.
Advancement
so
also.
High awareness.
Advancement in the game feels like you would have a good ability to see your character developing relatively quickly, but it's got lots of room to go. Which is another thing that, like, if you're going to play a game for a really long time, you want to see those characters develop, but you don't want to see them turn into cartoonish versions of themselves as they get too powerful for the game. So,
absolutely,
I like that about this game as well.
Cool. All right, well, then I think I am done with skills.
Okay, so what you can do then is you have your signs. You have all the basic signs, and if you flip to where's magic? Magic is the book is also beautifully color-coded in it too, so you can tell what section you're in by what color things are. The signs are on page 114.
114. Which are signs? Cool.
Yeah, these are super badass. Like, as I'm a big fan of Gishes anyway, and like for the type of like sword wielding, little bit of magic stuff, it looks pretty cool in this game. I'm interested to see how it goes. Jeffrey, how is your mage coming together?
Good. I'm just choosing 5 of my gear things.
Nice. Oh, cool. Reggie says that the Wild Hunt is one of the best games ever. Awesome.
Yeah, it's won a ton of awards and stuff, so it's not like it's us talking about how we couldn't finish it is going to take away anything.
No, and like really, like me not finishing it speaks to just it's not for me. Like it's just I don't like long-term games anywhere. I didn't like the Elder Scroll games because I don't want to lose myself in a game like that. Like that's why I have role-playing games.
Yep.
I don't mean that as a criticism of people who do enjoy that stuff. People like different things, you know.
So for the signs, do I just get all of them, or do I have to pick ones, or what?
You get all the basic signs.
All the basic signs. Excellent.
Yep. And then you can. So let me. You know what? While you guys are doing that, I'm going to quickly refresh my memory. The DM screen for this is really awesome as well. Let me. My co-DM has abandoned me, so I suddenly have my Ottoman space open again. Check this out, though. Oop. The suckers, so it's really, really heavy cardstock, and this is what it looks like. Oop.
Nice.
It's got these awesome images of the kind of the Witcher world. There's a dwarf beating the bejesus out of somebody. A mage. Okay, so.
Accidentally rolled an unfinished spell.
Uh-oh.
But that's okay. I'm gonna finish it and then roll it and see how.
Kev, on the skill page, there's this place for stat modifiers. Are those all 0 to start, or?
Hold on. Let's see. I did not know which. Okay, hold on. Change your names as well, too, guys, in the display because I have no idea who's who here.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Rildef. Okay, so Rildef. Let's see here. What are you looking at?
On the skill tab, right at the top, on the right-hand side, there's a thing that says stat modifiers. And
that'll be. That's things like if you take Witcher mutagens, or if there's a spell active or something like that, you can just put the modifiers in there, and it'll track it along on the character sheet.
Okay.
It really is a super fucking cool character sheet. Jeez. One nice thing too, when you put your gear, or what do you call it, your weapons in the inventory, it'll show up in the quick roll buttons. You can't roll damage and attacks from the same spot, so you'll have to do that separately. But the neat thing is it will prompt you for what kind of attack, and we'll talk about the combat system when that comes up. But it prompts you with what kind of attack you want to do, which is pretty awesome. Okay, let's see here.
I'm just gonna do this.
Okay. Where are you here? Learning magic, places of power. Dangers of magic. Come on. Danger of something in this world? Come on. I find that hard to... No, that sounds about right. All right, and the casting magic is in the combat section.
Okay, so I have to choose my spells, right?
Yes.
It's page 98.
I think you get 5, what is it, 5 novice spells, 1 hex, 1 novice hex, and 1 novice ritual. I know it doesn't say novice ritual or novice hex in it, but it's part of the errata. Ooh, so here's the advantage for dual wielding, Arlen. Dual wielding allows you to make a joint attack with 2 weapons you hold at the same time. When you make a joint attack, roll 2 attacks with -3 to both of them, but because you are School of Viper, you can ignore that. The opponent must have 2 weapons or a weapon and a shield if they want to block or parry both attacks. If they can't, they must dodge or reposition, which is using athletics. That's the other thing you can do to defend, is try and, reposition yourself. If they can't, you can make a joint attack with any 2 weapons you hold in your hand, including 2 hand crossbows. That's pretty. What do you call it? John Woo meets The Witcher.
Can you tell me the page that's on so that I can write it down? Because I missed like half of that trying to write it.
163.
163. All right, I'll look that up in just a second.
Okay. Okay. Oh, amazing. So here's something that applies for both of you guys. When you are casting, your vigor limit tells you how many stamina you can pump safely into a spell. You can exceed that, and for every point of stamina you need beyond that, you lose 5 health. If you fumble while casting a spell, you risk damaging your body. So there's some fun, horrible things that will happen to you if you screw up while casting a spell or a sign.
Cool.
So look forward to that. Okay, what else do we need to know here? How are the selection of spells going, Jeffrey?
Good. I'm just scrolling through the PDF.
Okay.
It downloaded and there was pages that were screwed up and so.
Oh, okay, yeah. Here, let me. Do you want the page where the spells are?
Yeah, I think it's page 98 is where it starts.
So yeah, your mage spells start on page 101 of the book. I'm not sure what the.
101.
Yeah, and that tells you your novice spells. So you got 5 spells, 1 ritual, 1 hex. And I think you could,
which both are novice.
Both novice, correct. Correct. So one of the neat things.
The spells aren't limited that way?
The spells are. It's just that the spell is the only thing that it expressly says on the profession is a novice selection.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. And you guys start off. There's also really cool advancements you can get to your weapons throughout it too, and it's kind of neat. It's it honestly reminds me a little bit of like MMO style stuff because you're not gonna be like, well, you may, over the course of play, find stuff, but more often than not, you're going to be seeking out and either buying or crafting your cool items or get someone to craft it for you. So it's a lot of self-driven or character-driven sort of tweaking of your gear and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. And looking at the pre-gens from the Quick Start, which is Time to Kill. I can't remember what it's called. Let's see here. No, I've never gotten into the wagon in Skyrim. No. Someone asked. You know what? Like, the games that I really enjoy are the ones where I've got a clear set length of time. Like not the Baldur's Gate, the first Dragon Age. I really enjoyed that because there was a beginning and an end that I could just follow. And I know a lot of folks much prefer the sort of like, exploring and finding your own story kind of stuff that you can do in the Elder Scrolls games, and that's awesome. It's just that for me, it's a limited engagement that I want. Yeah. Even for things like first-person shooters, it's immediate gratification I need. So Overwatch is really my ideal kind of game, because I can get in and get out of a game in about 15 minutes. Okay. So how are the selections of you got your gear?
Good. The only problem is typing them in.
Oh, sure. You can cut and paste from the PDF as well too, I think.
Well, it's just that there's like different boxes for each.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, I can copy and paste
the block text. Yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay. Cool. And then I look forward to hearing what Gilbred and Rildef. So as you guys are doing that, how are you thinking these two reprobates kind of came together?
Well, here I'll spit out some of my backstory that I created, and then that might help Arlen come up with something that maybe how they're connected.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go to my background tab real quick. So the most influential friend was the member of the cult of the Great Sun, and it was one of my older brother's friends, and she was sort of a girl that I had a crush on, and obviously she didn't reciprocate my feelings, but eventually she set me up with either like her younger cousin or her younger sister, I don't know yet, one of the two, who was my lover who has a curse on her.
Ooh.
And the reason that I am 800 crowns in debt is I've been spending all of my money and money I don't have to try and cure her of this curse.
Oh, love it.
So I may be traveling around at this point trying to find a cure for the curse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
maybe
awesome.
Even some of my debt is to Gilbred, as he's promised to help me, find a cure to this
now,
curse.
do you think...
I don't know.
So magic, there's a degree of magic that involves like natural talent, but it is definitely a trained thing in this world. So where do you think, were you trained with the Nilfgaardian kind of like academies and then you escaped? Or was it, did you come north and were trained that way? Or maybe you're trained by a renegade mage?
Yeah, so I was imagining that, maybe trained with Nilfgaard and escaped or whatever, and maybe that's part of the revealed secret, maybe, was even my location.
Sure.
What my brother gave away that, I had escaped or whatever, and maybe that could be another reason I'm on the run.
So there's sort of a, because you get those two brothers who are both mouthy, who have very, very different feelings towards you.
Exactly.
When that happened, do you think it came to blows? And the reason I ask is Arlen's thing
maybe.
about to determine whether they're dead. Like 30% of people die in backstory, so I'm wondering if one of the brothers killed the other brother as a result of this. Like whether it really got to the point of.
Oh yeah, maybe. I could see that, absolutely.
Sure. So give us a D10 roll to see if one of them died.
Which brother survived?
Yeah, and then what we could see is if one of them did die, and then you could roll and see which one of them died.
Cool.
No, so they didn't die.
Okay. So they're both still alive.
Yep. Wow, so you really shattered that family. Mom gets dragged off into slavery. The brothers turn against each other, and one of them just wishes you weren't around. I guess they're getting their wish now. Arlen, so with that being Rildef's kind of backstory, how do you think Gilbred came into this picture here? Him and his hound.
Well, I like the idea, Gilbred. I don't know necessarily who he's working for, because he's working for somebody, but he could easily be working for somebody in the area, and Rildef finds out about this. He's
No, go ahead.
And knows that he's sort of a problem solver for these sorts of things, right? It doesn't know exactly why the thing is going on with his lover, but knows that Gilbred might be useful and might be able to help him. And I like the idea of Rildef being in debt. Part of his debt is to Gilbred, because Gilbred charges a pretty penny for his services.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So your character was linked to a lord. Where our story is going to start is with you guys fleeing basically the conquered lands as Nilfgaard marches forward.
Okay.
The war has just started. So I'm wondering whether the reason that you're masterless right now is because they fell And if so, whether you fought alongside your lord or whether you GTFO and saw the writing on the wall and were like, this gravy train's...
I don't see Gilbert as a battle fighter. He's not one to stand in the line and take it and all that sort of stuff. He's much more interested in, and he knows that his utility is in a different situation, right? That he's good at the quiet assassination or the sneaky or the generally kind of taking care of problems that other people can't. So him dying in battle to like a stray crossbow bolt or something would be a waste.
Definitely. Well, and that's really not what you're trained for, right?
Yeah, and that's not what I'm trained for and all that sort of stuff. So.
Yeah. Awesome. So you and Roldef, or maybe Roldef had been hiring you out, and then you guys have made your way north, and you're going to try and figure out where to go next to try and earn a living, and B, find the answer to this or the cure to this curse. Although with war coming to these lands, geez, it will be challenging to figure out whether who you're going to be able to get that answer from. What you've heard is that even the mages are beginning to march against Nilfgaard. And if the mages are all gone, well, I mean, that's usually the person who seems to have the best understanding of curses, so, geez. How are we doing for entering gear and stuff like that, guys? Were you able to find the stats for your weapons and such?
Yeah, I'm still just copying my spells.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know, what does a mage start with in terms of gear?
I do have a bunch of my gear picked out.
Okay, great.
Oops.
What does a mage have here? Mage has... Oh, cool, yeah. It's like a staff. 100 crowns of components. Oh, cool. Also very neat.
Yeah, which is the one I went with.
Excellent.
One of the ones I went with.
Steel sword, silver sword. Is it steel or is it cold iron?
What it says on page 46 is Witcher's Steel Sword. So
hold up, it's because it's actually a little optional call out where it says this is based. I think it was them trying to be, because my understanding is the license for the game comes from the video game company, and the video game presents it differently than it is in the novels. So, oh, here we go. Okay, so it's on page 247.
247.
And it is a steel sword. They carry two silver or meteoric steel swords. Meteorite steel swords. And your medallion, it's on the rules for the medallion are on there too. When they come within 20 meters of any monster, curse, or spell that is currently being cast, it vibrates almost imperceptibly, alerting the Witcher.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. So if you're, let's see here. Oh, there you go. Okay, so you're just entering your stuff in. Awesome.
Close.
Well, we still got, guys, like we're only an hour and a half into, so we'll have plenty of time to actually play as well. So we'll not only screw up the character creation, we will also screw up the play of the game. So I look forward to that. While we're doing this, maybe I'll refresh my memory for how this works. I was looking at it last week. Yeah, the interesting thing, or thing I thought was interesting about it is the use of stamina to sort of modify your actions and to give you extra, like you can attack extra times by spending 1 point of stamina to make an extra attack. And you can act faster. You can do a fast draw by taking a penalty, and that only applies for the one round. Like it's like D&D where you roll, or modern versions of D&D where you roll initiative once and it stays that order. But you've got this fast draw thing where you can take a penalty to hit to temporarily bump your initiative up to act before other people, which is kind of cool. Defenses beyond the first one also cost stamina too, so fighting more than one opponent can be really dangerous in this. Okay. Okay, Gilbert Ozagret. Nice.
Okay, Witcher medallion.
So having gone through the character creation, guys, so what are you thinking of the process?
It's super cool. I can't wait to see how it plays out, to get a feel for like what some of these decisions we made and roles actually mean. But yeah, I enjoyed it.
Arlen, what about you?
Yeah, very very flavorful. Really cool stuff. It and I think the world is pretty interesting, even though I don't know that much about it. It's definitely got its kind of neat flavor, and it feels like the game is capturing that well.
Yeah, before we went live, we were talking about the life path system, and the thing I found really interesting about it was that it doesn't like force your character creation down a certain route as well too. Like there's tweaks to your abilities and stuff like that that happen from the events, but it doesn't dictate what your character is the way it does in, say, like Conan. Mechanically, and I kind of like that it leaves it to you to decide what character you're playing, but it gives you some really good story kind of backgrounds or story ideas you can springboard off of to justify the character that you're actually playing. Especially if you lean, if that's how you want to create your character. Accuracy, awesome. Okay, let me see here. I can't remember if reliability is the like durability of your stuff. Give me a sec here. Damage. Okay. Yes, so your reliability, Arlen, and actually Jeff as well too, but this is more important for Arlen, who's going to be in melee. Reliability is the durability of your weapon. That's the thing that goes down each time you block.
Oh, okay.
Or if someone damages your... I see that you've put down for the silver sword, it's got a reliability of 0.
Yeah, that was because I wasn't finished filling in the...
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. So and that's what the stat is, and then basically, let's see here. It's usually only 1 point that you take. So defense is by dodging, you just get out of the way. Repositioning is ducking or rolling out of the way. Block. Whatever you parry with takes 1 point of damage. Okay. You guys will be starting with fully repaired things too. Now, never say that I don't do things for you.
Totally.
Okay. All right, so it's that. Okay. Cannot wait to see critical hits in effect. So the critical hits trigger by how far above the defense that you rolled. And it's 7, 10, 13, 15. And don't worry about, we're going to roll through some combats to start off with. I'm going to try desperately to kill you right off the bat. Actually, I don't think I'm rolling... Am I rolling dice? Yes, I am rolling dice. I only need my big dice. It means I can set up that beautiful DM screen. That bulletproof DM screen. Plus, guys, I know you guys have been asking me first. The amount of emails I get from these two asking for a spectral sperm whale.
Wow. Nice.
Kev, when are you going to put a spectral whale in the game? Guys, don't let it be said that I don't listen to what my players want. So, spectral whale incoming. Let's see here. Magical fumbles are on here. Awesome. Critical hits are all on here. Healing over time is on here. Death saves are on here. Falling, also going to be important. I plan on throwing you guys downstairs. Ranges of difficulty are in here. Extra attacks. Awesome. Actions for the round. Oh,
Okay,
nice.
so I just need a hex.
Weapon effects. Awesome. And the difference between social effects, it's a good DM screen. It's got a really good, looks like it's got really useful stuff on it. And it's got this nice, like, fat. It follows the model of a lot of new ones where they actually incorporate the fold in the middle so you can fold it out to be a nice flat layer. Pretty cool. And it comes with extra profession, too. There's a noble profession that's out of there, and halflings as well. And I think there's something else. What else is in here?
The hexes don't list if they're novice or whatever.
The hexes don't? Well, let's see.
Oh, but there's 2 that cost 4, 2 that cost 8, and 2 that cost 12. So I'm assuming that could be their level.
That's probably the way it's split up. Okay. Oh, another thing I like about that every adversary they have in the book gives you it's their bounty, but it's what you get from them, the loot that you recover from the thing. And I just for a DM who likes running improvised encounters and stuff like that, it's pretty cool because I definitely, if I have a weakness as a DM, it's that I do not really care about loot, and it's the one thing that is a big chore for me to always try and put together is hordes and stuff like that. It bores me to tears. So it's nice that this game already does that for you. Okay. All right, guys. So. Let me take a quick peek at what's going on here. All right. Golems.
Just need to do whatever you said. The gear is last.
Say one more time, Jeff. I didn't.
Oh, the last thing to do is gear?
Yes. Just entering your stuff. I think that is it. Let's take a look at the list they have in the rulebook. The art in the rulebook's really beautiful as well, too. Get your coin, outfit yourself. Yeah, and that's it. And then, you also start with... you have a different amount of starting coin as well, too, if you want to buy some more stuff. And that is... One sec here. I think it's at the start of the gear section.
It's like my cut and paste is doing the honest weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
What's that?
It's text to this text box, but it's deleting the T and the H of the word the if it's at the start of a sentence. And it's deleting any combination of the letters I and F together from the middle of words.
Jeez.
It's like...
That's weird.
Explain it.
So gear, the amount of starting coin you start with, guys, is on page 71. That's how many Redanian coins you start with. So you can also pick up some extra stuff if you choose to. And I think, hold on, there isn't a, what do you call it? A rarity function in here too. The availability. So you can spend your coin on any, let's see here. I'll say everywhere or common availability stuff. The poor availability you'll get in play. Okay. Oh, you have your armor listed there too, Arlen?
Yeah, I took a double woven gambeson.
Cool.
And I assume it says, let me double check, but it says torso armor, and I assume it covers my arms too, because it doesn't have anything specific for leg armor separately.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah,
I just
torso.
have to do gear now.
Torso armor will cover your arms as well.
Yeah.
That's right. Hit locations are a thing in this too. I forgot. It all contributes towards the same hit point total, though. We don't count them separately, and then but the damage is multiplied depending on where you, or divided depending on where you hit. Okay. And it's nice, the character, the roller actually rolls it for you if you use the first page, that little like red subsection or subbar.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay. I've got my steel sword, my silver sword, my hand crossbow, my medallion, my gambus, and some ammo for my crossbow. I need some regular gear.
Okay.
Witcher 50 crowns times 2d6. Oh man, a lot of other people start with more money. But I guess I get a free sword.
You get a free sword, magic amulet. You know.
Yeah.
You're not hurting.
/R 2d6.
It'll be interesting to see how the what do you call it? How the Witcher balances against other stuff too, right? Like, there's the Jedi problem in Star Wars games where Jedi are just either super fucking cool and powerful in comparison to everyone else, or they're kind of useless.
Yep.
I think because of that might be why they've incorporated such a... I mean, it's in the game, I guess, as well, but why they had such a clear, like, craft mechanic and social stuff and whatnot is because it makes those... And healing as well, too. Makes those other classes, like, really necessary for long-term contribution. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Reggie asked what ended up being Arlen's empathy score. He's at a 1 right now. So. Let's see here. Your stats. Okay. Oh. Let's see here. Oh, so luck decisions you need to make before you make your roll as well. We're going to play in hardcore mode here where we don't... we let the dice fall where they may. That feels very appropriately dark fantasy. Okay.
What is focus?
What is focus?
Yeah, it says my staff has focus 1.
Oh, yeah. What focus is it reduces the stamina cost of spells.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Cool.
really cool.
Okay. So I have that.
That can be improved in with crafting too. Oh, focus also raises the difficulty of your spells too. So when you cast a spell, it counts as higher for them to resist it, for people to resist.
Nice.
Magic seems really neat in here. Like maybe not as versatile as it is in or like improvised as in some other games, but pretty fucking cool.
Oh, you buy armor for each body location.
Yes.
Cool.
Is there... So I see food and drink costs under general gear on 93. Is there a rations? Or is it just buying?
I think it's it's much more of the less D&D, more like Warhammer Fantasy, where it's it's not abstracted whatsoever. You're expected to go somewhere and eat, or bring food and hunt. If you got the survival skill, you can actually. Did either of you guys have points in survival?
I've got a little bit.
Okay, because you can actually use any survival. Awesome. Because I think you can use... Survival's under... gosh, what is it? Is it willpower? Empathy? Survival. Intelligence? Wilderness survival. Here we go.
Do you have a horse, Arlen?
No, I'm walking. I took a crossbow instead.
What is your total? So there's a one bit of nomenclature we need to get familiar with, guys, is your base. Well, your base is your skill ranks plus your governing attribute. So if I ask for your base, that's what I'm asking for. Arlen, what's your base in Wilderness Survival?
is 9.
Ugh.
7 plus 2.
So you're not even sure. It's a question of whether you can get a fire started and what plants are poisonous and what's not. So,
Yep. So I'm not going to go hunting for anything.
no, you guys are definitely city guys.
Yep. Well, I spent all that time in the library, and they were trying to teach me how to start fires and deal with poisonous plants. And I was like, I just want to read about monsters.
Now, if you want to, yeah, like definitely, if you want to ask questions about neckers or wyvern or whatever, and while they're
if we got something from our character creation and it listed an effect, do we add that effect?
what effect are you talking about?
So I have a makeup kit.
Yep.
I took it because I rolled that I wear war paint.
Yeah.
It says here it gives +2 seduction and charisma.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
when you're
only
using
if I
it,
apply it or what?
no, you don't change your stats. It's just when you're using that, you remember you get a +2. I think I've set this up so it prompts you for modifiers.
Okay, so I should just put that in the notes of the makeup kit.
Yeah. So let's see here. If you,
Okay, I'll start adding. this
oh,
stuff
I
then.
just noticed that they've given the actual symbols of the alchemical substances as well. That is super badass, because that's how they appear in the book, guys. Like, if Arlen's on that page right now under gear and inventory, where it says alchemical substance and it has those color schemes.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is in the book, and how you're trying to piece together whether you can make certain, whether you can craft certain things.
Cool.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. And I guess, like, for those listening at home, it's the reason I find that really interesting is because part of the game is like sort of like one of the things you can do on the road or whatnot is go like rooting for different things, and the game gives you, of all those different alchemical components, there's like 10 different options for every single one of them for ways you can get that stuff, and depending on what it is, it may give you more or less of those substances. So it's just a neat way of easily streamlining an interesting collecting and crafting kind of mechanic to run parallel to the actual game. Like, it doesn't take you can still run the game the way you would run any other kind of game, but the idea of seeing what the players would be doing with that kind of collecting stuff, especially for more like theory crafting types of players, it would be really interesting to see that shit in play. Someone who's say looking, because it tells you what regions you find some of the stuff in too. So say they've been looking to hold out to get some kind of specific thing, you may have a player who's like, if we go up into those mountains up there, if we just take a day or two of rooting around in there, we may find the thing that I need pretty easily, which means that it would drive more problems for the players and more potential story. So that's why I find that so interesting, and it makes it so easy for the characters to intuitively keep track of that stuff with those little color code things. So big plus for whoever made these character sheets.
Wait. How much can we carry?
Equal to your encumbrance, which is on the character sheet. I think you have 80.
Okay, so I'm good.
Yeah.
I am kitted out for the most part.
I think you want to.
Oh, I need some Witcher gear, so I'm not done yet.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I think you need to put your encumbrance at 80, actually, because I think your gear and inventory will track it. Does it? Let's see.
Oh, encumbrance at 80. Yes. Yeah. Current encumbrance at 80. So I can.
Yeah, because you got 20. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, perfect. That works out great.
Exactly. All right. And then I need the potion, oil, and decoction formula.
The sheet is really well automated. Oh, so one thing that is a little wonky on it is when we get into the attacks. There's something that like some of the buttons, even if it's minimized or maximized, it's just a little bit off. So and you'll see what I mean when you get to it. Once you figure that out, it's not a problem. But it's
sorry, what is off?
It's a combat attacks. I'll show you what those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So there's Gilbert, Real Def.
For sure, I have a Gwent deck.
Nice. That may have been what got me out of the game. Is I sunk. So I am awful at Gwent, and I sunk like about 3 hours into playing Gwent. And I was like, "Fuck this!" and went outside. And like, now you got to go on a bunch of side quests. I'm like, fuck you, game. Really, I still haven't installed on my PS4 though. I should really try and get back to it. At least to go around and whack stuff, you know. See those? I remember you fight a griffin at some point right at the beginning, and I love griffins.
Yeah.
Okay. And how are our heroes coming together, guys?
Just about done, I think.
Awesome. Okay, so then let me quickly finish. Last Sunday I made a point of for the 5 games that I had on my sort of like hit list for between now and end of the year. I made a point of rereading very carefully the pre-made adventures for each of them. So, and this was one of them. So I did read the adventure in here. I just may need to quickly refresh my memory. Thanks as well, too, guys, for agreeing to dive into this tonight, too. I know that Arlen was feeling a little worn down today, and I sprung it on you, Jeff, right as you got home, but thanks, guys, for both diving into this.
Yeah, perfect. The last thing I'm trying to decide is if I should buy some armor.
I think there's something to do with armor interfering with your spells.
Yeah,
Okay.
if the armor has EV or encumbrance value, it makes your spellcasting difficulty go up. So you can only wear like light gambesons and stuff.
Right. Well, you're right. I have $691 left.
Crowns.
Oh, shit. I'm tapped out. I've got 10 coins.
Perfect.
But I
Perfect.
started at 300, so I got really lucky on my big roll for coinage. So I was able to afford some pants.
Good. You're not freeballing it.
Okay, so as long as the EV is 0, I can wear it.
Well,
Yes.
it's more that the pants have armor, so I have padded gambeson and padded trousers, so I'm kitted out like full-on Geralt
Love it.
with the padded stuff.
You know, and that's the thing I will say with the game is that because of how stats work and the skills interact and blah blah blah, it does seem like you start off with some competent characters. You're not like the way in some games you start off with characters who are eventually going to be badass over time, but they start you off at a, you know, kind of a like Star Wars starting characters kind of feel like McHale's Navy version of the Rebellion, bumping into shit, dropping things. Some versions of the Star Trek role-playing games have done that too. Not the current one, but older ones. You sort of started off a little incompetent, so you weren't emulating the source fiction. You were emulating the kind of supporting characters or the red shirts who die very quickly in the source fiction. This feels like you're playing badass heroes and mages and shit. What spells did you go with?
My spells are Dispel, Summon Staff, which lets me basically leave my staff somewhere and always summon it back to myself.
Love it.
Earthen Spike, which sends a big spike of earth up. I kind of went with earthen spells. So,
Cool.
And I took Korath's Breath, which basically blinds people, so it kind of sends up a cone of sand in a 3-meter
cool.
cone in front of me to blind people.
Yep.
And magical healing.
Cool. What ritual did you go with?
The cleansing ritual. I think he would have learned it in an attempt to try and help his beloved.
Love it. Oh, that's super cool. And then
his hex is Eternal Itch.
oh, oh god. Oh, that's super cool. Constant annoyance -1 to all tasks. Holy shit.
Is there a spot for armor? Oh yeah, there. Just sort of equipped armor there,
Mhm.
right?
So
Oh, but you just put it under items and then add the effect over there.
Yep. So, what are you thinking is your paired weaponry there, Gilbert? Gilbred. Sorry.
I mean, I think it's. Oh shit! I should buy. No, I'm gonna let me double check the costs again because I was thinking I could use the sword, the steel sword, because it's tougher as like the parrying sword.
Yep.
And silver sword when I'm facing monsters as the killer sword type thing.
Yep.
But I'm gonna double check how much daggers actually cost.
If you want a dagger, I'm fine with you having one. It's 50 crowns.
Okay. Then I'm gonna take you up on that because I'm gonna have 0 money left and have a dagger.
So you spent your last coin in the last place. Roldef, do you have any coins left?
That will give me 0 coins left.
Oh no, for Roldef, for the mage.
Oh yeah, he owes me money. I could just ask him for some.
I'm assuming he's keeping you in food, like you're on the run from your, you had to leave your home and whatnot. So then, Gilbert, are you good to, or Gilbrad, are you good to go here?
As soon as I put my dagger in, I am good to go.
Okay. And Rildef, how close are you?
I'm very close. I bought an armored hood. I figured he would protect his head.
Yep.
And I might get something, just a torso, something light to wear, like a cloak or something.
Okay.
Yeah, the dagger does as much damage as the silver sword to anything that isn't a monster, so the silver sword is not worth using against humans.
Awesome. I love that you made the decision of like, well, the steel sword is tougher, so I'll use that for parrying than other one. Like that's the kind of like tactile decision making that I think makes these games. It's interesting. It's not just like trivia or whatever. Like it's an actual decision you're making, and you could foresee where you may be put into a position where you have to fucking use it, right?
Yep, absolutely. Oh, what's the reliability dagger? Yeah. So yeah, I've got I can dual wield with a main sword and a dagger for most of the dual wielding, or I could dual wield both swords if we get into, like, if there's a vampire who's got human allies or something like that, and I need to, go badass against all.
Love it. So I've also, like, I've been getting everything for the game as it comes out, just because it's I really like the idea of the game. Witcher's Journal came out. It's a monster book for it, and I'm sure it's art from the. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if it's art from the game or it's art they commissioned. In any event, check out this vampire here. Let me try and get the glare off of it. Look at that.
Yeah, I think it is art from the game because I think the second DLC for The Witcher 3 is about vampires.
Yes. Yeah.
Called, like, Hearts of Stone and Blood and something.
It's incredible. The art in both the books is fucking super good. The art from the Guide to the Witcher is unfortunately a mix of like in-game rendered stuff and the concept art, mostly concept art, but the in-game rendered engine is nice. It's just not quite as nice as the incredible concept art that they've done for it. So, okay, cool. So then, guys, why don't we, once you guys are finished, we'll take our mid-session break.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to take some Gambison.
Okay.
So that's 3 protection. Now that's just on the torso. It lists arms, but it doesn't.
Yes, torso and arms.
To go on your arms.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So here, while you guys are doing that, this is the headers for the advice. I won't go through the whole thing, so we can kind of get ourselves on the right page for what to expect from this. First bit of advice: this isn't epic fantasy. In the Witcher stories, despite there being like all these things like Elder Brood and prophecies of the Black Sun, the main plot is never one of epic heroes. Geralt never picks up a magic sword handed down to him by the gods and slays an army of demons. He never travels to Hell and slays an army of demons. Never travels to Hell to defeat an evil god. And he never sets out to save the world. The world of Witcher is down to earth and revolves around understandable concepts. So there you go. Monsters aren't the only evil. Racism and how it affects you is very much a part of the game. You as the Witcher particularly will feel that, and the mages also not incredibly welcomed everywhere because you're scary. Nothing is ever as it seems, which is something that particularly appeals to me about the setting. The idea of there being a lot of fun kind of like twists and whatnot in the setting. No question is easily answered. The Witcher world is not a nice, neat little world where the right answer is obviously apparent and the minute the question is asked. In many cases, there isn't even a right answer. Players must often choose between two answers that both seem equally right and wrong. They may make mistakes that haunt them for the rest of their lives. Life's hard, but enjoy it. It says, by now you probably noticed that the Witcher TRPG is fairly ruthless. Gear is expensive and life is cheap. That's because that's what the Witcher is. It's deadly and unforgiving. The economy is such that a simple throwing knife costs you an arm and a leg, and you may lose an arm and a leg getting the money to buy that throwing knife. The world is hard-edged and rough, but this makes the happy moments all the sweeter. After a long day of death and destruction, an almost normal home or genuine loving embrace can be the greatest reward in the world. And last thing is healing or got any twos. Not only is The Witcher more granularly brutal with the introduction of critical hits, but healing is handled more realistically. While there are potions to heal health points, either temporarily or permanently, the natural healing process, especially of critical wounds, goes fairly slowly. So those are some things to bear in mind for what to expect from the thing. The outcome from a battle, is often like there's just using the show as an example, there's at least 2 fights where Geralt arguably kind of lost them and only survived by virtue of some intervention from some other person. He's almost killed by a Striga. He's almost killed by, I think they're Neckers. They're things that feed on corpses or some other kind of necrophage. And he's only saved by, the assistance of a kindly traveler or perhaps a witch of some kind. It's not quite clear in the show. So that's something to bear in mind too, that your defeats and whatnot can be, like if your character dies, that's obviously a big end thing, but the wounds that you will suffer on the way to succeeding, this will be playing very much in that walking wounded style, the way that we played AD&D, but in a very different kind of way, more visceral kind of way, which I think will be pretty badass. Okay, so Arlen, you look like you're good to go here. Why don't you let's use Gilbreth as an example here. Would you go on to, let's see here, your quick weapon button. Click on your steel sword, will you?
Mm-hmm.
You see how it props up, and whether you're doing a fast. Oh, did it? Let's see here.
That's the quick weapon button. I think you have to roll swordsmanship to do.
Oh, okay. So here we go. So you click on where you're. Oh yes, because it opens up. So the buttons on the right side. That's the one you have to be a little further left of the actual button they display. So like under special move, block, and parry, you got to be on the most leftmost side of the circle for it to actually toggle, and then it'll roll for you.
All right, so let me try a parry. Additional mods, no.
20, pretty awesome.
Cool.
Wait, where's the parry?
So under your weapon skills, anything that's got a triangle next to it, it'll default. You can click it and it'll open up into other options.
Like when you hit down?
When you click on the triangle. If there's a skill with it.
After you roll it?
No. Go under reflexes. See how brawling has a triangle next to it.
Oh, under skills.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like on my staff is the one I have.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. So just very quickly, then we'll take our break in a second here. The options there, very broadly speaking, like you got a couple of different tactical decisions to make. You can do 1 defense and 1 attack for free without using any stamina. Every extra attack costs you 1 stamina. But when you make an attack, you can make a choice between doing a fast strike, which means you attack twice, or with a strong strike, where you take a -3 to hit, but it does double damage against the target. Now, double damage sounds really badass, but it's how good your attack roll is what will determine whether you get a critical hit. So there's 2 different tactics you could take. You can try and get that good, successful critical hit on somebody, or you can try and wear them down by just getting rid of their health and doing a shit ton of damage. We always roll hit location randomly, but you can make a called shot. And it seems like called shots are kind of encouraged in this. So, like to hit the head is -6, torso -1, and the limbs -3, or arms -3, legs -2. But each of the limbs, we divide the damage by half. Hit the torso, it's regular damage. Hit the head, ×3 damage. For what gets through the armor, that is. Armor subtracts, like anything else, but it goes down. For every time your armor applies, you reduce the stopping power by 1. You can repair it over time, but that's how you wear that down.
Yeah, it gets beat down. Yeah. Cool.
Exactly. And then if you have to defend against more than one thing, then you start having to pay for, or like say someone does a fast strike against you and you need to parry, you need to start spending stamina. And there is an action which is a recovery action where you gain an amount of stamina back equal to your recovery stat. So it's kind of like in to be honest, in Champions or Hero System, where you take a recovery and you get to add your recovery stat back to your endurance. You can aim, which is going to be for range attacks, giving you a cumulative attack a bonus to hit. You can actively dodge, which gives penalties to people hitting you. And then your choices between defenses again are you can use athletics to try and like dance out of the way. You can use dodge skill to just duck, jump out of the way. You can block with your weapon, which is easy. All three of those don't take any penalties. And with reposition, you need to be able to move equal up to half your speed. And then parrying, you take a -3 to your roll, but it doesn't damage your weapon whatsoever. And your opponent becomes staggered. And staggered is... Hold on, I got conditions on my DM screen.
Yeah, it's in the video game. I remember that unlocking parry totally changes the way that melee combat works, because then you parry every attack that you can.
Yeah, so staggered is -2 to attack and defenses. And then you recover your balance afterwards. So if if you're acting... Yeah, I mean, if you want to, say, take down a more powerful opponent... parry's a good option, I guess, because it reduces their chances to hit and their chances of parrying, or of defending against your attacks, but it's a -3 to your defense. Okay, cool. So let's take our mid-session break here, guys. Let's see here. Yeah, and then we'll be back in a moment, and we'll start our adventure for our heroes here and see what... Oh, in the interim, while you guys are away too, figure out who you're going to cast as your characters. Who will be playing Gilbride, who will be playing Rildef in the film version, or Netflix miniseries version of our campaign, as the case may be. So it's a shame that George isn't here, because really, if anyone's going to be casting people in Netflix. Okay, so then guys, we will, for those listening at home, we'll be back in about like three or 4 minutes. And then we will jump into an actual adventure. So back momentarily. All right. So let's take a check-in with chat. Hi, guys. Oh, Anna says hello as well. Arlen has pants. Good start. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, critical hit as well too. Pretty awesome. Okay, Hobbs, I'm so sorry for missing your messages too. Just because of the length of the character creation, it was tough to jump in partway through. But we will definitely get you back for what do you call it, for Witcher again, because I would like to play a proper full session of it. We'll see how much how it. What? Anna's also excited to play. All right. I know. I told you. Okay. Alrighty. I need another D10 here, guys. All right. So, The Witcher. Have you decided on who, or do you have images for your characters, guys? If you load...
I've chosen an actor to play the role of Real Death.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go with a younger Jude Law.
Nice. Okay. What about you, Arlen?
You know, I think after the first, superhero turned Witcher with Henry Cavill, that Chris Hemsworth has been thinking about becoming.
Love it. Okay. If you guys can find appropriate things, I know that Jude Law, it'll be older than it, but he played a evil sorcerer in that King Arthur film.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So my camera. There you go.
There.
And Hemsworth in what do you call it? Snow White and the Huntsman. He played.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, wicked! Because if you guys load images for the characters, I can create tokens for you. Track your stamina and health on your tokens. Okay.
It'll just disconnect me for a second while I do this.
Oh, sure.
Slow. Oh wait.
Hi, sweetie.
How do you edit it again? Oops.
You have to close it and open it. Sometimes it disappears while it's
There we
open. Hi, sweetie. All right.
Bigger. That's pretty good.
Okay.
It's mostly
Good choices for the castings too, guys. That's awesome.
Image, pictures.
Alrighty. I am checking.
Come on, Upload. You can do it.
Run, you little horse. Let's go. There's Real
Yes.
Death. Okay. Nice. I'll make a token for you here. Go. Oh, that is awesome, too. What a great image.
Yeah.
Fucking cool. Okay, so let's see here. Show the nameplate. Go. Show those. Show the name. Below. Here, bottom overlapping. I'm not using any maps, so I don't need to worry about the excuse me, having sight necessarily. There we go, and let's give stamina too. Come on. Awesome. Okay. So there is Real Death. And nice. And there is Gilbred.
Yeah, Gilbert, in the picture, he's smiling. I kind of imagine he doesn't smile very much.
No. Fantastic, guys. Oh, great. Great images. Jeez. Cool. Okay. Let me size you appropriately as well. And get your stuff set up here. Okay. It'll be all hit points. Boom. Stamina points. Is there anything you guys would want the green tracking, like luck or I don't know what else. What do you guys think?
I can't think of anything.
No. Okay. Visible to everyone. Visible to everyone. Okay, and name.
The only thing I couldn't find on the sheet was a place to put my leftover money.
Let's see here.
I just created an item name and called it coins.
Oh, okay, under items.
Okay.
A specific money section.
Yeah.
All right. I'll move World F off so you can actually read the thing. Okay, guys. So cool. So our story will open up, guys, in this is in the southern region of the Northern Kingdoms. It is in... Oh, actually, yeah, Jesus, pretty far north here. In upper Aedirn. Aedirn. Near, well, it's where Vengerberg is. So you guys are approaching from Lyria into here. And it has been a long... it's been a very, very long day of travel. I think that there's been something along the way that has held you guys up for some reason, like a flooding of the road, or the road has just been washed out by, marching troops have, kind of churned up all the mud, and a cart maybe got stuck or something like that. And you guys have been on foot, so it really hasn't helped that you're taking forever to get through here. It is darker than what you would like as you're heading it towards the town of Ashburg. And as you guys are approaching, you guys are... let's see here. Let's get some dice rolling, just because I like seeing that. I'm going to see how much you guys know about this. And we can, if you do know a bunch about it, we can extrapolate whether you've been there or not, or whether you've read about it. So I think this will be... It's not really a history skill, per se.
Is education maybe history?
Yes, absolutely, it's education, because it's all lumped in. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So why don't you each give me an education roll? Let's see how you do. You can, of course, spend luck if you choose to. Okay, Gilbert. All right, so real life, you're at least aware of where this place is. Gilbred, you've not ever heard or been to this place. You don't know anything about it. You know that this is it's a small town, and it's close enough to the front that it's not clear to your Rildef whether or not the Nilfgaardians have actually pushed forward this far or not. Maybe part of the delay, guys, is that you were taking sort of a roundabout way to avoid being, caught up by the Nilfgaardians. Not necessarily because Gilbred would be wanted by them, or maybe you are. But if Rildef is a renegade, then you certainly don't want to be, caught.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you guys
I want no part of them.
You guys come around a bend, and what you find... tell me what's the sort of the dynamic between the two of you guys? Is this sort of a odd couple situation of you guys traveling together, or are you friends, or are you sort of traveling companions by virtue of fortune or misfortune? What do you think?
Well, I see that the way I see it is it started as a business transaction, but it's maybe developed into more than that since maybe we've been traveling together for a little while. Obviously some camaraderie is going to build up as you've been through maybe a couple of incidents or some fights together or something. So Maybe a budding friendship.
Yep.
Yeah, I think definitely it has turned into something of a friendship. Especially part of what's special is Gilbert does not make friends easily. Obviously, with his poor empathy, he doesn't do that very well, and so there's a measure of almost kind of, especially in amidst the chaos, there's a sort of need to protect this kind of budding friendship because it is something unusual for Gilbert, and that probably ties into us traveling together also.
Okay. Yeah, love it. Okay. So, what do you think is occupying? Something has been distracting you as you come around the corner, so you're not going to notice something and kind of find yourself upon it faster than what you would have hoped. You may have, if it hadn't been such a long day, and if this thing hadn't been happening, then you probably would have avoided this. But what do you think that is, guys? What do we see as you guys are entering our story here? Knowing that the what you guys are pursuing is a remedy to your far off love's curse. What do you think the last thing you guys are coming from was? Are you fleeing the oncoming war? Were you following up on a lead with the curse? Was it something else? Was there a hunt that you were involved with, Gelbred?
I wonder if maybe we're both kind of brooding over the fact that we like missed a hunt somehow because of the war, right? That there was some clue or some piece of the puzzle that we were going for, and then the Nilfgaardian army shifted and the front moved and we weren't able to get to, and so now we're kind of have to flee the army so that Real Death doesn't get into trouble.
Yeah.
And so we're both kind of disappointed about
if it's a flying monster, maybe it flew off as well too. Like maybe it's located. Like if it's a wyvern or a harpy or something like that, it may have flown off and like relocated with the oncoming things. You're like, we've been waiting for this thing for fucking weeks.
Yep.
Okay. And the amount of meat that you spent your money on to track this thing down, useless now.
Yep.
So the reason you got no coins to rub together was because all your money was spent on that thing. And maybe the thing you're talking about is whether, could we have cooked some of that stuff? Maybe we could have taken some time to cook. And as a result of that, you guys come around the corner and you can see that there are 5 men that are kind of milling about. They're talking about things, about something or other. They look like they're certainly not soldiers. They look kind of like, you'd guess maybe sellswords, or that's really a more generous opinion. They honestly look like bandits. I mean, I guess they're dirty. They're dressed in Aedirnian gambesons. Maybe they're Aedern's soldiers who fell on bad times, but they're tons of beards that are grown in past the point of grooming, and every one of them is carrying a sword as well. And there are 5 of them. And you guys come around the corner, and they are they sort of turn and see you there. And why don't you guys give me a, let's see, is there a perception skill here?
Awareness,
awareness, please. Yeah. Yeah, great. Let's see here. I'll take a look at the rule book and make sure I'm selecting the correct thing here. Great. Gilbert, wow. Yeah, noticing things, spotting things. What's your base with that?
14. So
14.
I rolled an 8.
So at base 13, you are very aware, noticing small changes in the environment, hearing an average person, trying to be stealthy. I like that they give you those base things so you don't have to roll for everything. It just gives you, like, this is what you can do with this skill because you're that competent with it. Pretty cool. So I think you're talking about the stuff, and the first thing that hits your... There's the tang, the coppery smell of blood, relatively fresh blood. And as you look over, you can see that at least 2 of these bandits have bloodied swords. They've been wiped, but there's still streaks on them. And one of them at the feet of one of them, too, slightly concealed in the waning light, is a body. There's sparse woodlands around here, it's really only by virtue of how dark it was and the geographic feature of you coming down from this winding road that concealed this spot from you. But it's this open junction where one road meets another road, and it seems to have been the place where they sprang some kind of attack. Now they all five of them turn and look at you guys and say, hey, hold on there. There's Taxis. And there are five of them who, in kind of a disarrayed manner, are now coming towards you guys. Now, you don't need to make any rolls of any kind to know that this is... If these guys are dressed this way, either the sort of tax collectors and the soldiers of this road have really fallen on hard times, and someone would really piss them off, or these are bandits. Yep. So, what do you want to do?
I look at them and I say, we don't pay your taxes.
Okay. And they sort of stop and they look at each other, hearing your Nilfgaardian accent. And they say, "You're from the south, eh? Nilfgaard. Nilfgaard's not welcome here." And they've all got their weapons out right now, and they're all trying to kind of fan out in a way to sort of get at your sides. The two of you are saying, what do we see from the two of you guys, incidentally? I kind of picture, at least we know there's the signature two swords on Gilbred, but why don't you tell us, how are you seeing these characters at this point?
Like, what do we do, or what do we...
No, what do you look like?
Right now?
Yeah, what do you look like? What are you carrying? Is your staff with you, or are you wait to summon it?
No, I think he always stows it away somewhere. He finds somewhere that he's been in the last day, and he leaves it there, and he'll always sort of use his summon staff when he needs it.
Okay.
Just because it kind of creates a flourish and lets people know that he is a mage.
Okay.
He wants to sort of instill some fear, especially like a scene like this. Like, I picture that's the sort of thing he would do. Like,
oh yeah,
we don't pay your taxes. They start to flare out, and he sort of casts his spell, sticks his hand out, and his staff appears in his left hand, and he grabs it with his right hand and sort of readies it.
Yeah, love it. So, and what about Gilbred?
So Gilbred has that, classic Witcher look. He's got light armor and a serpentine kind of medallion that you can see around his neck. Two swords, and he reaches up to one of them, slides it out very carefully, and he reaches back and pulls the dagger out with his left hand.
Okay.
Or no, wait, he might not. No, he's not going to take the dagger out, because I think we're going to do magical show of force, and I'm going to use a sign on for the
Okay,
round.
cool. So first thing, let's see here. Jeff, are you trying to cast that spell?
Yes.
Yes. So here's if we're going to drop, I'm going to let you surprise them. Actually, no, we're going to roll initiative, and then we'll start acting right away. Because magic is fair. They do have their swords drawn, and they're sort of canny. I'm not sure they would be aware that you're they wouldn't be expecting you're a mage, but it's possible that they might react. So let's do this, guys. Let's you roll 1d10 and you add it to your reflexes stat. You can also, remember, you can do a fast draw as well. We'll take -3 to your attack, but you get +3 to your initiative for this round only. So if you choose to do that...
Do you roll initiative every round? Is that what you're saying?
No. Only you only roll it at the start, and then you cycle through. That's where the fast draw can actually, or the fast draw can help use, because at the start of your turn you can take -3 to hit to get +3 to your initiative just for that round. So it can push you up ahead of people.
Oh.
Okay. So
Now let's do this. Let me put an initiative tracker up here. I'll add the bad guys in. Oh, am I doing it wrong? Okay, I've got the right layer here, dummy. Add turn. Oh, it's gonna move you down. Okay, you got a turn, and I don't think there is a. Actually, I don't know whether or not there is a initiative roller.
I'm not sure if you
initiative
click the
roller.
reflexes roll thing, if it's going to.
Let's see here. Is there an actual initiative tracker on?
Yeah, there's an initiative under quick roll buttons on skills and modifiers.
Sweet. So click in your token and go ahead and click on initiative, guys. I rolled
There, yeah.
a 9. Okay. And tie breaking goes to. Let's see here. Oh, remember the number they rolled. Have them roll again. The players go at their original initiative, but in the order of their second roll. So go ahead and roll one more time, Jeff.
Okay.
Actually, no, you'll go first. I rolled a 1.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll go first, and then the bandit. So, Gilbred, what are you doing first?
Are we within about 8 meters of these guys?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, you guys, they're
Alright.
probably, because of just how tight these quarters are. I think they're about 20 feet away from you at this point. So, 8
Excellent.
meters is 24 feet.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna Axie the one who talked.
Okay, which one is that?
Axie is the sign that allows me to stun them.
Awesome.
So it costs me 1 point to cast it, and
Okay.
I can spend. So I think I just do that.
Why don't you click on it?
Because
Because
only 2.
it
so that
won't
means I can
cast
spend
you.
2 points.
Click on it because I think you copied all the rules in. So let's take a look at the rules for it. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. And defenses resist magic, which is not great. Stuns. They can make a stun save at -1 for every 2 points of stamina. You spend past 1, it becomes 1 point harder, and your maximum is what, 2 before it starts getting into hit
My
points?
vigor is 2, so I think I'm just going to spend the 1 point of stamina to do a basic cast
Okay.
of Axie.
All right. So you weave this in the air, and then they don't have defense resist magic. So let me take a look here. Oh, he does. Yeah, yeah. So make your roll, and then because your will part that sets the difficulty for his resist magic roll.
My will spellcasting roll?
Yeah. Yes, please.
All right.
Nice. I rolled 14. Not bad, but I failed.
All right. So we see Gilbred holds up his left hand and makes a sort of complicated gesture, and we see his hand start to glow with white light, and then there's a glow kind of around this guy's temples, and his eyes kind of go blank.
It's
and he's
okay.
stunned.
So then on his turn, he will make the stun save at -1. All right, so let me put one of these guys. Stun will be, I don't know what. Purple? Why not?
Sure.
So, excellent. Then it's real deaf. What are you doing? You summoning that staff?
Casting my summon staff.
So go ahead and click on your, what is it, spellcasting? Or whatever the...
Yeah, so I have basic roll or detailed roll under spellcasting. Probably just basic, right?
I think just basic. I actually don't know what the difference is.
Yeah, I don't know the difference.
Yeah, no problem. So, what does it look like as your staff appears in your hand?
I think it it's almost like it's flying from whatever direction that I've held it, but it sort of, appears once it gets close to me, and until that it's sort of just this streak of magical power.
Awesome.
And then it materializes into my staff.
Nice. So if I wasn't intent on seeing how combat works, I would be making a courage roll for these guys at this point to see if they're willing to actually fight their way through. If I was to make that, let's see here, I would have failed terribly, but I do want to see how this works out. So, for combat then, so on their turn, they can... let's see here. They can move, and you can also choose to charge. They can move their speed in meters, I believe. Yeah, so that means they're speed is very, very slow. So actually they can't, unless charge allows them to move faster, they will not be able to actually get to you this turn. Let's see. They would have to run for it. So where's charge?
I'm going to chalk up their save of their courage to their adrenaline rush from what they just they've just mugged.
You can move up to your run speed. Oh, that's totally it, right? They just you know, fresh body, the sort of heart pumping with being discovered. They don't really appreciate just how deadly you guys are. You can move up to your run speed and then make a strong punch or kick. Okay.
Okay, so wait 1 second though. Every time I cast a spell, I lower my stamina by what the spell cost was, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right. Where is it? Why do they call it separate? Forgive me. And for those listening at home, it's the first time we run the game, so my apologies for taking time to figure out how this thing actually works. Where? Okay, so armed... so it's a -3 to hit, but if the attack is blocked, I can make a physique check against the opponent's physique to knock the target... Oh, hold on, that's not an armed charge. What the heck is it? Let's see here. Armor. Okay. It's weird because it says in... So in in-depth combat... Oh, here we go, charge. By taking the full round, you can execute a charge. -3, but if you talk... Yeah, okay, same thing as an unarmed one. Alright, so they're running in, and they have to make a strong attack. So it's only one, but it will do more... it'll do double damage. So we got one coming in, or two coming in on you, Real Def, and two coming in on you, Gilbert. Let me make the stun save for this other one. He's at -1.
So real quick, on my turn, because I was reading the things, I would have also done an extra drag action to draw my sword so that I have it in hand.
Oh, cool. Can you do magic or sign and that?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
a -3 to the extra action.
Oh, right,
So
yeah,
I
yeah.
assume that what that means is that I can cast for free and then spend and not have, because there's no roll to actually pull out your sword.
No, yeah. Let's see here. Actions. Pick up, draw. Yeah, so that is an action. So you have to spend 1 point of 1 point of stamina for that.
I think it's 3 points for an extra full action, 1 for an extra defense.
Oh, is it? Where does it say?
Under extra actions and defense on 151, you can spend 3 points of stamina to take 1 extra action at any point during your turn.
Where does it say that?
Right under extra action and defense, the first
Spend
sentence
1 point
on
to make an extra.
151.
Yeah, it doesn't say that on the printed one. They may have corrected.
Oh, well.
The errata.
Well, we can play with either.
No, that's fine. No, that's I would prefer to play with the errated version. That's awesome. So,
right, cool.
Okay.
So it cost me a little more to draw my sword.
That's
I've got my
awesome.
sword
Thank you
out
for
already.
catching that. Okay, so then, all right, so here we go. These bandits come running in against you. Let's do Gilbred first. So Gilbred, first one comes in and swings. I got -3. So I fumbled. Hold on, I rolled it. Is a 1 an automatic fumble? I don't think so. It's only if you... Let's see, under criticals.
Criticals and fumbles. When you roll a natural 1 on a 10-sided die, roll again and subtract the next value from your base.
Right, that's how that works. The critical, I forgot. Okay, so I rolled a. It's going to be incredibly easy to parry this. Let's see here. Does a fumble automatically miss, or what? Critical fumbles. Okay, so let's see here. Just like criticals, you roll a natural 10. after... You must roll another 10 and subtract... You cannot drop below a base value of 0. Okay. Alright, so then now you need your... Okay, so... When you roll a natural 10, you roll a critical. If you roll another 10, roll again. Keep adding. They also give you a chance to inflict punishing and lethal critical wounds. Okay. So those you roll. Fumble...
Yeah, I read through it, and it's very unclear how it's supposed to work.
Yeah. Fumble punishes you based on how high your negative was, as shown on the fumble outcome.
Yeah, I think the way it's supposed to work is you build up a penalty, and your max penalty is equal to your base.
Yeah.
And then you go to the table, and based on the size of the penalty, you have...
Got it. That's how bad it is. Okay, so this first one manages to wound himself. So, again, very much like Rollmaster. So, you do not need to make a defense against that. Although it doesn't say it's an auto miss, I think you have to defend against that still. I mean, you just need to not roll the 1, and you're going to defend against it.
Yeah, okay.
So your first defense is, go ahead and roll... Oh, what are you using?
I've got the steel sword out.
Yep. And then you can choose...
Steel sword is going to take damage if I block, right? So
yep, so you could parry and stagger this guy. You could dodge and just move out of the way, or you could use athletics to reposition.
I think I'm just going to dodge this one.
Okay.
My dodge is good.
Okay, go ahead and make your roll.
So, no modifiers. I rolled a 2, but I have a pretty good
dodge so you
base.
you easily step out of the way of that one. The other guy comes charging in on you, so you can picture this one guy comes running in, cuts himself as he's drawing this. And then the other guy comes charging in with his sword. Okay, you're going to need to beat a 17.
All right, then I'm just going to dodge again.
Okay.
And that's going to cost me 1 stamina to do an extra defense.
Yep.
All right, dodging.
So I don't understand why you wouldn't just keep dodging. Like, why would you ever parry unless your skill was better at it?
I think if your skill is better, or I think armor adds a penalty to dodge, but not to parrying, basically.
Okay.
So if you're in heavy armor, you would be parrying instead
So if you're
of
in heavy
dodging.
armor, you'd be defending yourself and not dancing around. But...
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fumble. So, click
okay.
on the fumble button. Let's see what happens here.
So, yeah, I do have a fumble button.
Yep. A 2.
Crit fumble roll 2.
So crit fumble 2 is no major fumble.
Yep.
Good stuff. All right, so you stumble all the way. So that guy does manage to... Oh, no, hold on. You still rolled a 17, though. And he... 17. Ooh. Who do ties go to? Okay, so there's many defending options here. Let's see.
Oh, I take a -1 penalty to defense, so mine's actually 16 because they ganged up on me.
Oh!
So it doesn't. So it's not a tie. It's a hit.
Where's the gang up?
Ganging up on 153.
53.
If a person is attacked by multiple assailants in melee range, they take a -1 penalty to defense for every assailant beyond the first. So I get a -1 for the second guy
I noticed
attacking.
that. It's once again not in my printed one.
Is it not?
Nope.
Well,
there
You
is.
almost
Let's
need
see,
to reorder the book.
I did get mine right
maybe
away.
You got one of the first printings, and
It definitely, yeah.
The third or fourth.
Yeesh. Okay. Yeah, geez, how the heck do you...
That's sad, eh? To have so much errata so quickly.
It's
It's kind of
sign
part
of
of
the
the course for
industry.
a lot of games. To
Yeah,
be
it's
fair.
just sort of the
That's
way
true.
things go
Yeah,
nowadays.
as you get a lot more people playing it,
Yeah.
You find
realize.
out, yeah, there's only so much playtesting you can do, especially for indie companies.
Yeah, and this is not a
Yeah,
huge
that's
company
very
too.
true.
Okay. So aiming per round. Yeah, geez, I can't even see what section that would have been in. You're saying 153?
153 has a section called Ganging Up on the PDF.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing if is it 153 of the PDF or is it 153 of that says
book.
in the page?
It's 153 on the top of the page.
Yeah,
so it's
there's
definitely
not even-
that page.
Mine's it's fast strike versus strong strike, hit location, damage.
So a little bit earlier than that, go back a couple. Go
so
back like
ambushes, line of sight facing.
Oh yeah, so it's not in there at all because it's
Nope.
between line of sight facing and fast strikes versus strong strikes. So
Holy
you gotta
Yeah.
get the 1.2 version. That's what
shit!
The PDF is
So
listed
clearly, I
as.
need to print off the errata. I didn't realize it was so. Holy shit! That's
Well, you know,
that's
it's a little-
Yep. All right,
for
so I'm
gamers
sorry.
like me who almost only play from PDFs, it's fine.
It's great,
But-
yeah, definitely. But that's a pretty.
But that's definitely.
I'm
a
just gonna see if
thing.
it maybe
Okay.
I'm gonna just for ease of or for the sake of again them benefit of the doubt here. I wonder if there's a ganging up in the glossary or the index rather.
It might just be somewhere else. Yeah.
Combat just to see if there's. Nope.
Nope.
Okay, so then ganging up it is -1 for each one and beyond.
-1 for
Yes.
each one beyond the first, so my
Okay.
roll is actually a 16.
Yeah, that
so it
makes
hits
sense.
me.
I like that. I like that a lot. All right, so then he does hit you. Oh no! With his iron longsword. So let's see here. Hit location is a 5. Here, why don't you roll hit location for me? This will be
All right,
easier
hit
'cause you guys-
location. Please do not roll the head. Left leg. This is why I bought pants.
Yes. Pants pay
Nice.
off. Pants don't fail me now. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so the damage you take is 11
parrying
points.
also makes them staggered. That's why you would parry instead of dodge. If you've got a really good sword skill, you can stagger them for your riposte.
Right, but block. Why would you block? Why would you ever block instead of the other?
instead of parrying,
Yeah, instead of
because
dodging.
parrying has a
No,
-3
instead of
penalty.
dodging.
Oh, blocking instead of dodging. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Maybe a shield gives you an advantage to block.
Yeah, shield might have a bonus to blocking or something,
Let's see here.
but who knows? All right, I'm taking damage to the left leg.
Yes, 11 points.
11 points. So I have 8 armor there,
Okay, so that means you take 3
It's
divided
down
by
to
2,
7.
rounding down.
and I take 3 points of stamina
No, it's
or HP.
health. Yep. No,
Yeah.
it's because it's a leg. Leg is half. So
Oh,
you
leg
take
is half.
1 point of damage.
1 point of damage.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay.
He kind of scratches me, but he does full damage to the armor, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not halved. It's halved after the armor, not before.
It's halved after the armor. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Because otherwise, it becomes either insanely too much or it's completely over effective.
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Okay, so
All
then
right.
that's the 2 on you. All right. That was a long walk to 2 strikes. Then it is okay. Real def. We got 1 coming in on you. Let me see what the order. Now, this may be subject to correction from the thing. I want to know whether you need to declare your defense before I make my roll. I guess because otherwise I just hit you unless I fumble. Okay, so I'm attacking you. Are you defending?
I guess so.
Okay. So you are hitting. Oh shit! Hold on. This was a sorry. This was a strong attack with a charge.
Okay.
So-
So what does that mean?
That means you take an additional 7 points of damage. Which means the total that would have got through would have been 10. So you take 5 points of damage. 5 hit points.
Cool. 5 points of damage.
Yep, and I didn't beat you by enough to even trigger a crit. So, bam.
Yep.
And I need you to make a contested physique roll to see if I can knock you down as he charged in.
Physique roll. All right.
I rolled, beat my. Let's see, where's physique? Is that supposed to be athletics?
Physique is body. It's
it's
one of
body.
the skills under body.
Okay.
I rolled a 19. So.
Yeah, I rolled a 12. He has no points in physique. So yeah,
Yep.
you easily resist. You sort of stagger back from this first big hit. All right, real def. Now, do you want to defend?
Yeah. Is there a reason not to?
Nope, definitely not.
Oh.
It seems as if it's like even if you fumble, you hit the other person, you have to kind of actively defend in the game. I couldn't find it again. Maybe it's in the revised PDF or in the errata.
Yeah.
I couldn't find anywhere where like it's like your spells. Like the only thing you're rolling for when you're rolling your spells is to see if you fumble. You for the uncontested things like summoning your staff, it's always going to be successful.
Yeah.
So
That's what it looks like to me too.
okay. All right. So then, Jeff, would you beat my 10? You need if you're gonna whatever your defense is, dodge or block or reposition with your athletics.
Let's use my staff.
Okay. So go
Okay,
ahead.
so that's one of the reasons to block. Like it uses your weapon or your shield's number.
Yeah. So if you
Yeah.
suck at it, just what I'm wondering is like, why would you not just constantly dump your dodge stat up better? Maybe there's a. Arlen, would you mind taking a look at the dodge skill description? Maybe there's something we're missing here. For why?
Shield can dodging can block range attacks too. Let me read through it and I'll tell you if
Sure.
I see anything.
Mm.
You can
Oh,
actually
you're
block for somebody else. It looks like.
Oh, cool. So if someone's running like really low on defenses, then
Yeah.
that would be
Somebody else you can block for them.
love
It's
that. Okay, that makes sense.
for using your arm to block, but
Yep.
the example that they use makes it sound like you could use your sword to block for them too
Yep.
if you're right next to them.
Yep. Then okay, that makes sense. And I need to really endanger the mage more often then. So I guess here, hold on. Let's since we know that now, and since you guys were standing next to each other, do you want to try and Real Def did just block. So you successfully blocked, which means then Real Def, your reliability of your staff goes down by 1.
Okay.
Okay. So,
And so I guess that's a reason to not block all the time.
exactly, yeah. So, and that's the thing I don't get is like, why would you not, when you're making your character, just dump a whole bunch of stuff into dodge to always be good at that? Because that seems like you're not going to damage your gear. You don't need the space to move the way you do with repositioning.
Yeah.
Right, but for me, like so in my case, my dodge on my staff is a 6, and my dodge is a 2, and my block on my staff is a 6.
Do they come
So
from
I can
different
sacrifice
stats?
reliability to.
They come from different
Sort of.
stacks, right? Like the dex is dodge and reflexes is your parry.
I think
No, they're both reflexes.
Oh, then, yeah, I don't.
but it might be different for real def for the mage. What is core skills versus what's picked up?
Yeah, I don't
Yep.
get dodge. I didn't have dodge as a base skill. I had
Okay,
to spend only some of my smaller points on that.
Yeah,
Right,
versus
right, right.
I had dodge as a base skill, so I just put 6 points into it.
And I guess that
Yeah.
the thing is if you're dumping more points into your swordsmanship, which is where your block would be coming in, you're also using it to attack.
Yeah.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
you'd have a okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I take back my concerns. All right, so then this guy comes running in. Real Def, you nimbly knock his sword aside, and then the other one comes in on you. So this one will be a -1 here. Ooh, you got to beat my 11.
But I have to spend a stamina if I want to attempt to
Yes.
dodge this, right?
Yep, 1 extra stamina.
So I'm not going to on this one.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're gonna do what?
He blocks the first one, but then I don't know, I guess he just gets hit.
Okay.
Or you think I should just always spend the stamina?
I don't know. Let's see what happens. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's generally good not to get. I mean, you definitely don't want to just let him hit because it counts as a 0. That means I beat your roll by 17, I think.
I see.
Well,
you just beat it by whatever.
11, which means I'm automatically going to be rolling for a complex critical.
Okay, so I guess you always spend the stamina.
Yeah, like you sort of have to try and do something to try and not get hurt here. What are you thinking?
Okay. Well, why don't I dodge this one?
Okay, sure. So it'll cost you 1 stamina, and then go ahead and make your roll. The second round's going to move so quick, I tell you. No, it is. I mean, like, this is what happens when you play a game for the first time, right? Is especially one with some of these interesting decisions. It's sussing out what what the value is in them and how they work. That's incredible. So what do we see as Rildef just dekes out of the way of this thing?
I think he just sort of like uses the block of the other guy's sword and then sees the blow incoming.
Yeah.
And actually, I think it's a low blow. I think they're it's a high attack and a low attack. They're almost sort of coordinated, and he blocks the upper one and sort of leaps over the other guy's sword as he swings at his legs.
Okay, and then so the guy who is left over at a -1, he needs to try and recover from being stunned. Nope, he's still kind of staring off the halo around his head. All right, Gilbred, your turn. What are you doing?
All right, I'm gonna whack.
So here's
sword.
What I'll say. So let me just put because I think this is a good opportunity to talk about why fast attack has any value to it. We technically are starting a new turn right now. What someone could say is, "Oh, I'm going to do a fast attack," which means for this initiative pass, I'm acting 3 higher. So imagine if Rildef had rolled an 8 instead of a 9. That would be a reason to do it, is because then you're acting on an 11 for this one pass, but you take -3 to your attack.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but Gilbred, you are up first. What are you doing?
So, is that the same or different than the fast strike versus strong strike thing?
That is separate and apart from that. What fast draw just lets you do is take your action sooner.
Okay, so fast draw is take your action sooner. Fast strike is attack twice in the round.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do fast strikes because I'm going for criticals. Seems
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna fast strike, first attack on the one that hit me.
Okay.
I gotta
get
to roll sword, fast strike.
I'll model the stamina damage as they
No
take it.
actions. Steal sword, random attack location, no modifiers. Second, I have to do both of them against him. So random second attack location, no modifiers.
Nice. Holy shit. 23 and 26. All right, so let's see here. Oh, man. So click on your critical fumble or critical hit thing, and we'll add that to it.
All right, critical hit.
35. Holy Christ. All right, so let's see here. His first defense, he is going to do that. I actually rolled a critical. So it's an 11 plus he's going to parry this. That is a 17, which means you beat me by 6. So almost got a critical, but you did hit him. Not quite enough to be a critical hit, but go ahead and roll damage.
So roll for damage for the first strike.
And hit location, please.
And hit location. All right, hit location. It's the right leg.
Okay.
Damage.
So half damage. Nice. All right, and he has... armor is... So they changed the way they display the monsters. And okay, 5. Here we go. All right, so yes, he takes then 13 divided by 2 is
6.
running down 6.
Running down.
Yep. So he hit 1, and then you follow up with that second thing. He's going to spend a stamina to have to try and parry a 35. Let's see how he does. He gets an 18, which means you beat him by 17. So you're rolling a deadly plus roll damage, roll hit location, then roll damage, and you get plus 10 to this, and then we're going to roll a deadly critical strike.
All right, hit location, left leg.
Left leg.
Damage.
Would
16.
you study at the Cobra School? Because you're sweeping the legs.
And then what do I roll for the critical?
So hold on. Damage then is, let's see here. 11 gets through. That means he takes 5 more. And 5 plus, what did I say, plus 10?
What? Yes, plus
Plus
10
10
is what
damage
he
for the door,
said.
so it's 26. Minus 5 is 21. Means 10. Oh my god, that's a big, big hit on him. And then give us a 2d6 roll.
All right, /R. Is there a?
Oh,
let
there
me
might be a
check
critical
the
hit.
bottom sheet.
Yeah, maybe there's a critical roll on there. Is there a critical hit roll?
I see crit or fumble, but that's what I've been rolling for extra 1d10. I don't see
Okay,
anything that is critical roll for 2d6.
let's see. Hold on here. Let me see.
Gear and inventory. Maybe it's under weapons somewhere. No.
The reason I'm asking is all the critical hits are numbers between 2 and 12.
Yeah. And I don't see anything that... Oh, I could create a weapon that does 2d6 damage.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, let me do that.
Okay.
Okay. Crit.
You can just roll 2d6 for now, too, and just see what...
Yeah, let me do that, and then I'll create a weapon that does
I wonder,
2d6
and again,
damage.
like I wonder if in the errata they change it to be using 1d 10s. Okay, 9 on a deadly. On a deadly critical. Heart damage. Your blow damages the heart. It must make an immediate death save. If he survives, wound is bleeding, and you must quarter your stamina, speed, and body. Holy shit. So what does it look like as you crush this guy's ribs? I failed, so you kill him by crushing his heart. What does that look like?
So, first time, I kind of come around one way and strike the leg, and it's not a big hit. Second time, I strike bigger, and I kind of bring up the pommel as he sort of curls around the blow, and I bring up the pommel right into the center of his chest. And I like smash into his sternum and cave it in.
Awesome. Oh, and so one other thing too, because you've got 2 weapons, you got your dagger out as well too, and dual
Oh
wielding.
no, I don't have my dagger out because I've got I had my hand free to do Axie last turn.
Oh, right. I thought you spent a stamina to draw the dagger as well.
No, I just spent the stamina to draw the sword.
Oh, got it.
But I think I might spend stamina to do another fast attack pair on the other guy and
Sure.
Fuck him up too.
Yeah. Spend those 3 more stamina.
All right, 3 more stamina,
Okay.
and then these are gonna be both at -3.
Okay.
Good effect. And then let me do swordsmanship, fast strike, extra action, yes. Submit, steel sword, random location, no other modifiers, random, no other modifiers.
Oh,
And that,
so
yeah, that was correct.
did you have it down as 1 point of stamina? Unless they change it in the errata, like what I says, you spend 1 point of stamina to make 1 extra attack against a target at -3. Did they change it to 3 stamina?
Oh, I was doing the extra action.
Because I think you can do like an extra attack when you make an attack. That's when you decide whether it's a fast attack or a strong attack.
Okay.
Fast strike
So
or strong
spend 1
strike.
point of stamina to make 1 more attack.
No. You make 1 more attack, and then the attack you decide whether it's a fast strike or strong strike.
Yeah. That's what. Okay, so it only cost me 1 stamina.
1
Is
stamina.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Again,
then
unless they
I had to
changed
do
it
that.
in. Do they mention that that you can spend in the errated version, or is it 3 stamina?
Let me look real
I guess I could
quick.
open up the. Yeah, there's lots of. That's very true. There's a lot of stuff that's changed between apparently the printed version and the PDF.
I do not see
So what-
anything specific about that.
Holy smokes! So then it must be that it's 3. Which with 30
Yeah,
stamina,
I think it's supposed to be 3 because it's just an extra full action.
Yeah. So then
Yeah.
we'll keep that as the way it is. I really gotta print off those around. Jeez. Okay. So that is okay. Now he's going to spend more stamina. So another.
Well, I'm attacking a new one, so he doesn't have to. He gets 1 free.
Oh, right.
And then
Yeah,
a
he gets
second
1 free
for
defense.
1 stamina.
All right. So the first one is a 13. So you hit him.
15. It calculated the modifier correctly.
Okay, so he got a 13 on
He got a
his.
13, so I just do damage.
Just do damage. Yeah. Hit location
to
then damage.
Target location, his left arm.
Okay. 17. So that means it takes 12 divided by 2 is 6. Okay, and then the second one is 10. So you
Which
beat
means
it by
I do another critical.
8, another critical. So roll hit location and damage.
Hit location.
Yep, it's plus
is
3.
The torso.
Torso plus 3 damage.
Plus 3 damage is 23.
Nice. 23 minus 5 is 18. He takes full damage. So this guy, when you run out of hit points, hold on here. This may seem really stupid. What happens when you... I don't know, because like a lot of games you take hit point damage, or you take a critical right away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hit location. Oh my goodness.
So I see when you have been knocked below 0 hit points, you are put into death state.
Ah, okay.
In death state, all your stats fall to 1/3 normal, and you must make a death save at the same value as your unmodified stun save.
Wow. Okay.
If you fail to save, you die, and no amount of magic can bring you back.
Dead.
If you succeed, you survive for the
Yep.
round.
So he's. How does this guy die? He's right in the chest as well.
Oh, so the first one, where did I get him? I forgot. On the arm. So yeah,
in the chest.
I got him.
You made his heart explode.
I got him. No. The first strike on the second.
First, yeah, left arm. Yeah.
Yeah. So I get him on the arm, and that kind of opens him up so that I can just run him through right in the stomach, and shoulder check him off my sword.
Incredible. All right. So then, Real Def, how are you going to follow that up?
Well, I think I'm quite annoyed that they, didn't show us the respect that they should have.
Yep.
And I'm going to cast a spell. I don't really know how this works in combat, so I want to cast Earth and Spike.
Okay. So the way the spell works is you make your roll, and then if there is something they can use to resist it, they make a roll against your spell casting.
Okay, so it says here they can dodge or block.
Okay.
So I roll
So you make a spellcasting roll, and they make a dodge or block to try to not be hit.
So they're going to make a dodge.
I think it only hits one of them.
Only it's one?
Creates an angle to stab up into the target. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's got to hit the legs then, right? Like, well, no. Because the legs means half damage then.
Well, a lot of them specify that spells hit the torso unless they're a specific.
Then that sounds good. Yes, then that's what we'll do. Because otherwise, it's just it really nerfs that spell to the point of being kind of useless.
Yeah, it's half damage.
Okay, dodge is, I only rolled a 12, which means you got a critical on this. So it actually does 14 damage on him. I can't remember, I thought that armor doesn't work against spells. I may be confusing this with another game.
It may for some of them, but I'm pretty sure armor would work against a piece of rock coming up from the ground. But
let's see.
That might just be a DM decision or a...
Yeah. Taking a look in...
I really don't know.
Oh, yeah, armor. Here, if you take damage of a type, piercing, slashing, bludgeoning, elemental, that you're resistant to, you have it. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about not applying to spells, so... Okay, so then he takes... let's see here. That is... This is, I think, the critical thing. We're taking our sweet time with this now, but when you get used to what the damage bonus would be, it would really just be a matter of converting or comparing to the tables. So this does 13 points of damage to him, and then give me a 2d6 roll there, Jeff.
One of the nice things is it remains there until it is destroyed.
Oh, shit. That's super
cool.
Cool.
There's like a spike up in the coming up.
4.
How did I roll low on both?
Sprained arm. The blow sprains his arm, making it difficult to maneuver. -2 to actions using that arm. Give me a d6 roll again. On a 4 to 6, it's his favorite arm. It's where his sword is.
Oh, sorry. What do you want me to roll?
D6, please. 4 or higher, it'll hit his favorite arm. So that's 9. Wow. Okay. Yes, it is his favorite arm. So yeah, he's gonna take -2 on his next attack against you. All right. Do you want to spend 3 stamina to take another action, or is that it for you?
Well, that spell cost me 5 stamina, so.
Okay. So you're down to 27, I guess.
Yeah. The question. So if I can't spend any more stamina on magic than my vigor. So I couldn't do another spell.
But every point of stamina that you don't have does 5 points of health damage. You can hurt yourself. Healing your hit points is pretty easy. It's only critical hits that really take quite some time to recover.
How do you heal your stamina? Is that just it comes back at the end of the fight, or?
Yeah, you can spend an action to take a recovery and gain your recovery stat back in stamina.
Yeah. Yes. All right.
Okay.
Good. I guess that's it for this round.
Okay. So then it's on their turn. Okay, so let's see if Stunny McStunnerson is going to get out of that thing. Nope, he's still... it's going to be quite hard for him to actually make this save. So the 2 that are involved with you, Roldef, they will both take fast actions on you. So... let's both take a fast strike on you. So I have 2 attacks coming in from one of the guys. The first attack is going to be a 10.
Okay, I'll dodge.
Okay, go ahead.
On that. Yeah. Just because I don't want to damage my staff.
For sure. Yeah, so you duck out of the way on that one. Second one, it'll cost you 1 stamina to dodge this. You need to beat a 13.
Oh, and I just realized I have 1 more stamina because my staff, its focus made the spell only cost 4.
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
So if I do, so this is free.
Okay.
Tech. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm gonna attempt to keep dodging them.
Keep dodging. Okay. So this will be a -1 to this because you're fighting more than one adversary.
Yeah.
Okay, so you failed, which means he hits you. Go ahead and roll hit
Ouch.
location, and I'll roll damage.
Okay. That's under target location?
You go ahead. Yes, that's right. So your right arm. Oof. You take 12 points of damage to your right arm. If you've got torso armor, subtract that from it, and then divide the damage by 2, rounding down. So how much armor is on your torso?
3.
3. So that means you take 9 rounded down. Divide by 2 rounded down is 4 points. So you take 4 points of health.
And your right arm armor suffers by 1.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay, then the second guy's going to attack you. So this is another one. Fast attacks. Eesh. So my first one is a 15. It costs you another stamina to get...
I'm going to continue dodging.
Yeah, makes sense. So -1 to this roll. Ooh, nice. That is a 16, so it's right on the money. I'll say ties. I don't know what it says in the rules, but ties go to the heroes. Then...
Before you roll for his last attack, I haven't made a defense. Could I make it my free defense in real death?
Yeah. You want to try and block?
Yeah, absolutely.
What I want to do, I'm going to basically, no matter what he rolls, I'm going to roll a parry against him to try to stagger him for next round.
Love it. Yep. So,
step in and parry his weapon.
Beat my 9.
Beat your... I'm probably going to be able to do that.
Yep.
No modifiers. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So then he is staggered.
Yep.
So until his next turn, he is off balance. All right. Then it goes to, we're at the top of the round again. Are these guys going to want to go fast? I don't think so. And so, which means you guys don't need to either. Gilbred, you're up first. What are you doing?
All right. I'm going to fast attack the one I just parried.
Yep.
Fast strike, not an extra action, steel sword, random no modifiers.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome. Go ahead and roll your critical dice.
All right, crit die is another 7 on top of that.
Yeah, that's a deadly crit. I completely turfed it. To his left arm, let's roll. So plus 10 damage, which means... How much damage you got here? 24 damage to his... where was it to? Oh, left arm. So it's 12 that gets through, and then a crit effect.
Septic shock.
And you set him into which? Sorry?
For deadly critical table, right? You said?
Yep.
So that's a roll of an 8, so that's septic shock. The blow damages his intestines, too.
Oh, God. -3 to int, will, reflex, and dex, and he's poisoned. Which means he's taking 3 points of damage every turn, which armor does not negate. So he staggers back, spitting blood out from his mouth. His arm a ruined wreck. So let me think here. You did 24. It's 12 points of damage. Okay.
Second strike hits him in the head for 16.
Okay. Well, actually, I got to roll the defense on that first.
Right.
Hold on. Jack dice. 14, which was against your 20. What?
It was against my 20, so it's not a crit. So
Not a
I
crit.
hit him in the head for 16 damage.
Eesh. Which means you kill him. So what does it look? What does it look like as you kill this guy?
So this one, I kind of run. I kind of smack into him overhead, and there's a sort of crushing element to it when I hit him in the arm, and you can see it radiate down his body, and then just on the backswing, kind of come around and thwack.
Nice. All right, and then there is. Are you spending stamina to take any extra actions?
I'm gonna let Real Delph defend himself. He's a big boy; he can handle himself.
Real Delph, what are you doing?
This is the one that I've already sort of jammed the one spike through. I think he, does his thing with his staff and sort of calls up another spike.
Nice. Twist to the side. Go ahead and make your attack. I'll make the dodge roll for him.
Magic spellcasting.
Yep. So you beat me by 14.
Whoa.
Yeah. Which means a... don't know if it's a deadly crit. But it is certainly a crit. By 14 is a difficult crit, so plus 8 damage. So 16 damage. Wow, yeah, so he's going to be put right in the deadly state right away. Let's roll. Give me 2d6 for your crit effect. 9. It's weird that it's set in ascending. I keep looking the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Torn stomach. The blow rips its stomach, pouring its contents of his guts. -2 to all attacks and 4 points of acid damage. So he's dead. Like he's already in a deadly state. Yeah, he's dead.
I didn't mean to disembowel him.
Yeah. Okay.
I make this like face like, oh, gross.
All right. So, I'm going to quickly look and see how healing works, and then we're going to throw one more thing at you. We only got half an hour left, so there's no sense in trying to get into some actual role-playing. Let's see how you guys fare against something bigger.
Yeah, so this last one, I'm just going to walk up to him and kick him in the balls and stab him while he's down.
Nice! Yeah, 'cause
that seems pretty witchery to do.
Definitely. Awesome. Okay, cool. So, let's see here. Character begin healing health points naturally over time. If someone makes either a healing hands or a first aid roll for them, they regain a number of hit points equal health points equal to their rec stat per day of rest. Very cool. So you are slowly sort of chipped down if you're in lots of fights. It's like your fatigue going down, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. And then your stamina, I think, recovers faster. Let's see here. Stamina represents how much energy you can expend. Generally, 1 minute of intense labor. Stamina returns whenever you take the recover action, which recovers as much stamina as your rec. So, yeah.
So, presumably that means if we have a few minutes at the end of the combat...
Yeah, this is all your stamina will come back.
cool.
That is very cool. All right, now let's see what you stirred from the forest. Now this is something...
and how much HP do you gain? Only when you do a rest or something?
It's only per day, so we don't
per day.
Yeah, you wreck per day. But let's see what comes out of the forest here, guys. Because I've had my
I think I'm going to switch from my steel sword to my silver sword.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Now, what does your silver sword do?
So it has a base damage rating, and then it does an extra 3d6 of damage against monsters who are vulnerable to silver.
Love it. Love it, love it.
Which brings it basically it does the same damage as the steel sword if it's against something that is vulnerable to silver, but it also ignores any like damage resistance to regular slashes that a monster might have.
Ah, okay.
So that I think the idea is like if you don't have a silver sword and you try to fight like a necker or something, it's just like, oh, steel, I can shrug that off just fine.
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. Let me quickly see what this thing's... All right. So, coming out of the woods, guys, clearly it was waiting for the bandits to disperse because it wanted to feed on them, but this, guys... The moon has come down, or come up, and this stalks out of the woods. Let me set up a health bar for it, and a stamina bar, because it will have to track that shite. So you guys can see it, but you can't see the numbers. Let's see here. And I'm interested in seeing, like, it sounds, for these guys, the critical effects really did nothing, because they seem to die so quickly anyway. I'm curious to see how like that would have that fun, you know, a more of an impact on what do you call it, on a longer fight.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and that's an interesting thing with strong strikes versus fast strikes, because strong strikes have the penalty to hit.
Yeah.
So they're less likely to do criticals. Right.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
More of hit point damage, but they're not going to do those criticals.
And that's a cool thing with. I didn't realize it took so long for hit points to recover. So there is value in that, in a long fight in trying to wear down those things, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yep. So then, guys, let's get this fight going. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to roll initiative. Oh, and I think I loaded up some fight music here too. Hold up. Let me see. Did I? Am I wrong? Ooh, there we go. That feels like fighting a werewolf kind of music. You had a turn for him. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. 15. Uh-oh.
He's got the jump on us.
Yeah.
Literally. Uh-oh.
The horns in this track get me every time.
Yeah, it's awesome.
When they pop in.
All right, so one thing that I'm not clear on from the rules as written, so monsters have a number of rate, like they got a rate of fire for their attacks, but it's not clear if they need to take extra actions in order to do those things.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm going to assume they can do it.
Makes sense.
Because they are badasses. All right, so this thing came out. It's going to have to spend its action to move. Its speed is 9 yards. So I'm going to say it runs in. Instinctively, can I assume that the Witcher is going to be the one who imposes himself between the two of you?
Absolutely. I think
okay.
That's...
Yeah. So it comes running in. Then, let's see here. First thing, we got a couple of... Oh, yeah, because the attacks are going to bleed off stamina. Oh, this is going to be awesome. All right, so here we go. So first claw comes in against you, Gilbred. You need to beat an 11.
All right. I'm just going to dodge.
Okay.
For free. I got a 19.
Yep.
So,
yep. Duck out of the way. Another claw comes down towards you. Beat my 12.
All right. I'm going to dodge for 1. That's another big dodge.
Another big dodge. And then it's going to snap at you with its teeth. Oh, 18.
18. All right. I'm just going to dodge again.
Okay.
And there we we go.
There you go. Now, I'm going to spend 3 stamina to do another attack.
Yep.
Okay, let's see here. Where is it? There we go.
Oh, so that's a good place where if I had parried that first one, he would have been staggered for all those later strikes.
Yeah.
That's a good point, too.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then another one comes. I guess it's rate of fire with his claws. So another claw comes down. Are you dodging or parrying or what?
I'm gonna parry this time because I like the idea of stacking some penalties on him.
So this is against an 11, please. It costs you stamina.
No modifiers, no additional modifiers for parry.
Yep.
So he is staggered.
Yeah, and that was -3 for the parry?
That includes the -3 for
Includes the
parry,
-3.
yes.
All right, so he's staggered. So you throw him, his claw comes down, and you just wrench his him to the side. That last claw comes out, -2 to this one. That's a 14.
All right, then I'm just gonna dodge this one. Since
Oh,
I'm already
sorry,
staggered.
guys. You know what? Hold on. I'm playing you guys on easy mode. The last attack that you parried, I keep forgetting. In the monsters book, they add it's the base. I've only been adding their skills to their attacks.
Oh.
So I fucked up major here. That's actually a sorry. That's the last attack. I rolled a 9 on it. It's 18 plus that's 26.
26 for this last one?
For the one previously that you dodged.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well then I get hit.
Give me your hit location, and I'm gonna roll a percentage for bleed. You're not bleeding, so that's good.
Is right leg.
Right leg. I fucked up with those minions as well too. I mean, it's an honest mistake to make because they changed the way they display the monsters between the books. But all right, so a leg. You are taking 10, 17, 19 damage to the leg. So subtract your armor, and then it's halved.
19 damage to my right leg is -8, so that's 11, so 5?
5 points of damage, yeah.
5 points of damage. All right.
All right, and then I guess I got one more bite coming in here. And this time it's a little scarier because I'm actually doing the math right. I was wondering, I'm like, why do these guys suck so badly? I'm like, oh, because I'm a dummy and I'm not running the thing as intended. So I got fucking 17 as their attack bonus.
Oh, shit.
So I get a 19, so I rolled pretty bad on this one. 19.
All right, I'm going to dodge.
Okay. Nice! Whoa, shit! So you're just, like, ducking and weaving and rolling out of the way of this thing. Ow, 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 ow. I will not spend any more stamina. I don't think I can. I don't know if it's a rule, if it says in there whether you can keep spending stamina.
So what it says specifically is to take 1 extra action.
Excellent. Okay, so that makes sense.
So I think
that's a balancing factor.
Kind of like in Conan, you can't just stack the swift actions.
Yeah. Okay, so Gilbred, your turn.
All right, let me at this guy. I'm gonna whack him a couple times.
Well, so we have the same initiative.
Yes. Oh, so you guys should actually roll. Yep, each of you roll.
Reroll initiative without selecting the token.
Yeah, don't select your token, but just go ahead and roll your initiative. Let's see who. 12 for Gilbred.
It's actually, I think, advantageous if I beat you.
12. Roll again, guys.
Dang it! It's hard for me to beat you because you have a better bonus.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we rolled the same again, so.
I know.
Roll again.
What do we do?
Roll again. Keep rolling until
Yep. All right.
15. 12. Okay, so Gilbred, you are up first. What are you doing, Gilbred?
All right. So,
my action just would have helped you a lot.
Is there a way I can roll my Witcher training to get some information about this guy's stats and skills and stuff?
Give me a Witcher training roll, please.
All right, Witcher training, roll skill, no additional modifiers. Oh, fuck.
Nope.
Yep.
No additional insight here. Okay. Let's see here. So you got no idea what... clearly you were reading... You know, it was that book you were waiting to get to?
Yep.
In the Viper School?
Werewolves.
Okay.
All right. So that was my 1 actions. Then I spend 3 points for my next action, which is the fast attack.
Okay, go ahead.
My -3, and then fast attack. Do fast strike. Extra action. It is the extra action.
Okay.
Yes. Random. No. Yes. No.
Nice. Okay, so roll your crit and see what that is. So let's see here.
Crit.
Now
That's
the
another
dodge.
8, so that's a 31.
Wowzers. Okay, so dodge is way more respectable now that I'm doing it right. Jesus. All right, so the first one, I rolled a 25 for the dodge. So
that's a successful
gets
dodge.
out of the way. And then I got the second one, so I got to take a spend of stamina on that. That is, jack dice. That is a 19.
A 19 versus a 31 is beating it by
11,
12?
which is, let me grab. By 11, isn't it? You said 31? 19.
31.
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, minus 19 is 12.
Which is a complex crit.
Complex critical and 3 bonus damage. So target location is its right leg.
Okay.
22 damage to the leg.
Okay. With the bonus damage, you mean?
With the bonus damage.
Okay, 22. Hold on. How much? Armor is 8. So that is 22, 14, so 7 health. Okay.
All right, and then crit effect is a 6 foreign object.
Okay.
The blow lodged a piece. Oh no, that's simple critical. It's supposed to be complex.
Yeah.
Broken ribs. The blow breaks your ribs, causing immense pain when you bend or strain. Take -2 to body and -1 to reflexes and dexterity.
Nice. Good strike. Okay. So that means -1 to its which is the defenses and attack rolls. Pretty awesome.
Yep.
So you miss with the first one. The second one whacks him in the side, and it howls out. And then I think that's it for you, right?
Yeah. Oh fuck! I did. It's the same damage. I did my steel sword instead of my silver sword, but it's the same damage roll.
Okay.
in
Yeah.
this.
No problem.
But I'll
Okay.
roll silver sword next time.
Real Def, what are you doing?
Real Def sort of takes a stride to the side so that he's got these 2 cones of earth between him and the werewolf.
Yep.
He jams his staff out in front of him and he casts what's the name of the spell? Got a special name.
Nice.
Horath's Breath.
Oh.
And the surface of the stone pillars, part of it breaks away and a spray of sand flies at
Now, does it
the
target
werewolf.
one person or is it a cone?
It's a cone.
So, I think it might hit Gilbert then as well. Let me just see.
Well, that's kind of why I was saying I would reposition myself. Like,
Okay.
I don't know if there's any cone that doesn't hit him, but
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like...
Yeah, it
not a very
kind of
big
depends on
cone.
how Pathfinder you want to get, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think that...
Well, maybe we could do Gilbert gets like a +2 or a +4 to his roll to represent being not in the direct line of fire.
I think that...
Like a way.
Because you're
No?
the melee is not a stationary thing. You guys are leaping and crawling and fighting over each other the whole time, right?
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
but let's just see. Let's take a look at the spell and see what it says. So here we go. Earth. It was course breath. Yeah, 3-meter cone. Opponents in that area that fail their defense are blinded for 1d6 rounds. The defenses are dodge or block. Pretty awesome. Okay, so why don't you make your spell roll there, Real Def? I get a penalty to my dodge roll now because of injury.
How does spending luck work? Because this seems like a good time.
This
to
would be a
spend
good
some
point.
luck.
You can spend 1 for 1 to modify your roll.
So just add to it. No rerolls or anything.
Add to it, no rerolls.
No rerolls.
And you gotta decide before you roll. 22.
22 versus my. All right, let me count up what I'm actually rolling.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna spend. I've only got 3 luck, but I'm gonna spend all of them to make sure I don't get blinded.
Okay.
I
I rolled
dodge
I rolled a 20 for my dodge, so... Oh my god! Alright, so roll another fumble check here.
Fumble check. Do.
Hold on, let's just check and see if... Do fumbles apply to defenses as well? Yeah.
Yeah, for...
Yeah, because it says here, reflex is defending. Your weapon is knocked
unarmed.
from your hand and flies 1d6 meters away in a random direction.
That's for armed defense. I'm doing unarmed defense, I think, because I'm dodging.
You trip and
You
fall.
trip on
prone.
something and fall prone.
Dex.
So
Oh,
I think
shit.
I try to, yep,
Okay.
try to dance out of the way and
Shit.
trip on something.
You also failed to give us a 1d6 roll for how long you're blinded.
Oh, right. You want Jeff? Because it's the same for both of us, right? Or is it independent blinding?
Well, the werewolf's not blinded.
Oh, right. He
Yeah.
succeeded.
Yeah, it's just you.
What did you say you roll?
I rolled a 20.
But I rolled a 22.
You rolled a 20, didn't you? Oh,
No, I rolled a
22!
22.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. So give me we got 1d6 for both. Okay, the reason I don't care is because it's got sent. So
Yep.
it doesn't need to see. 4
4
rounds.
rounds.
Oh, jeez. All right. Gilbert, you open up with those Witcher cat eyes and the spray of stone hits you. All right. So then, Gilbert, or Rildef, did you mark your stamina for casting that spell?
Oh yeah, I was gonna click on it so that we can...
Okay, and then, all right. Now, what penalty do you take for being blind? Let's see here.
Well, that's really annoying.
Well, how would you know? You know,
So, I have,
Yeah.
because of my enhanced senses, I have the ability to track things by scent alone. I don't know how that applies to this.
so what I'll let you do
situation.
is, yeah, make an aware. You could spend an action to make an awareness check to try and smell this thing. It's huge and,
Yeah.
and stinky and whatnot.
Yeah,
I'd set the
sounds good.
difficulty quite low for that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because blinded is... Until you take a turn to clear your eyes, you have a -3 to all attack and defense, and a -5 to any sight-based awareness.
Oh, gosh. Okay, so then, Rildef, are you done for the turn, or you spending stamina to do an extra action?
You know what? This thing is really dangerous. I'm just gonna spend the stamina. What? It cost me 3 stamina to do
3
another.
to do another action plus the stamina cost of the action.
Yeah.
Right. And then how much do I know when I'm over my vigor? Is like the total of all the stamina I spend in a turn?
Yeah, so
Or the total of the magic that I spend in a turn?
the total of the magic stamina. That's what goes over the vigor.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
spend 3. That doesn't...
Yep, if
Okay,
you can spend
and
3,
then-
it will not put you over.
Right, but then the earth and spike will. Oh no, it doesn't, because of my staff's
Yeah,
focus.
because staff reduces the cost of Korath's Breath down to 1.
And it reduces the spikes to 4, so a total of 5, which is my vigor.
Nice. Which is a pretty cool visual of you, like, sweeping the staff up and sprays out and blinds these two. And then you spin and bring the staff down and that earthen spike comes up.
So, it is
Okay.
22 again.
And I will give him that -5 penalty to his defense here now, too. So let's see here. I rolled 10. So that's -5 is an 8, which means I rolled 26. So he did successfully. He must have heard the rumbling or whatnot, and he steps out of the way, and but that does cost him another stamina. All right. Then it is this thing's turn. So first thing it's going to do is I'm going to waste its first action to clear its eyes. And then I'm going to spend 3 to do more bitey, chompy shit.
Yep.
Okay, so it's going to bring those claws down on you there, Gilbert. So you've got, what, -5, I guess, to these things. This thing has -2 to its attacks, though. So it's a bit of a trade-off. Oh, also, werewolf. So...
Even when he was hit with silver?
unless it says something about silver, doesn't
Okay,
say.
I'll look up the silver thing.
Yeah.
in a minute.
Because it doesn't say that it prevents him from regenerating. It does the extra damage, but it doesn't prevent... okay. So, this thing is going to bring its claws down on you. You're going to need to beat my 21. Gilbride.
21, and I have a -5 penalty to my dodge.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
-3.
It's 3.
You are at -3 to all attack and defense, and -5 to sight-based awareness.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
-3.
Okay.
15.
15 means he beat you by... Oh, 6.
Yep.
Thank God. All right, so Claw comes down. Roll hit location for me.
Location, left leg.
Okay, give me a percentile roll too, please.
And
It's 22 points of damage. You're not bleeding, which is good. So 22 damage.
22 minus 7 is 15 is 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage, okay. And then its second claw beat my 19.
19 at -3.
Oh, just enough. Yeah. Okay, so you... And then the snapping jaws come at you. Make sure you're counting your stamina. Perfect.
Yep.
And then the bite is going to be a 23.
Bite is going to be a 23. I'm going to try to dodge that too.
Okay. Nice!
And I get an extra 7 on top of that, but I only needed a 1 on top of it, so.
Okay. Excellent. Then, Gilbride, he's out of actions. That's cool that you can only take the 1 extra action, too. That feels like it's balancing.
Yeah.
Okay. This is much more of a scrap than the last one was. Jeez. One of the bandits would have been scarier if they'd actually been adding their stats in. Let's see. Probably not much more. Gilbert, what are you doing? So you could spend an action to clear your eyes.
Yeah, so I'm going to spend my action to clear my eyes, wipe away, say, fuck you, real Delph. I hate it when you do this.
Fucking mage!
And then spend my stamina to take another set of fast strikes against the monster.
Okay.
I will point out I tried very hard to beat you.
I know, you did. It's okay. And this is, who knows what happens. It's the chaos of combat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Extra action, yes. Weapon selection, silver sword. First attack, random.
Go.
No modifiers. Random.
Defense.
Modifiers. A 16 and a 22.
So, first defense is a 16, so he gets out of the way. And the second one is... Okay, so what am I adding here? Plus 16. Okay, so I roll a 17 for the second one. So you hit. Go ahead and roll hit location.
That is
We got the monster hit location for this one, too.
Monster location. Torso.
Nice. Standard damage.
Silver sword does 24.
Nice. 24 points of damage. So that is a big, big hit on this. And he takes... So the armor... That's all right. All right. Arr! Nasty strike right across his chest. Gilbert, I think you're done, yeah?
Yes, that's everything I can do.
Okay. Real Death,
yeah.
you're up. What are you doing?
Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is cast magic healing on Gilbride.
Okay. Okay.
Cost me 5 stamina.
Okay. So
Or no, 4.
Yep. And then it
so it does
nice. Yeah, roll
4,
duration. 9 rounds. Awesome.
You gain 3 hit points every round.
Okay.
Is there a... There's no red cross, so I'll just use a red. Nope, that's not what I wanted.
Okay.
There we go. 9 rounds of healing.
Awesome. So you add
Okay.
3 back to yourself now.
And Sorry, how does the hit points damage do if I exceed
For
my
each point of
figure?
stamina, it does 5 points of damage.
Holy shit.
And armor doesn't play. That's really fucking cool, though. Like, you do have a lot of hit points. So, like, you could cast the stamina 3 thing, take 15 points of damage, it'd be blood coming out of your nose.
I know, but the only attack spell I have is 4 stamina.
20! Oh, boy.
Oh no, but the
Was
total
is
of
it
the two
vigor
is
for
8,
each
so it
specific
puts me
spell or for
3
the
over.
round?
Oh, yeah.
sorry.
So your stamina cost was only, for that one, because you use your staff, was only 4, right?
Right, so yeah. So the 2 of them together is 8, so I guess I'd be 3 over. You're right, it's 15 damage. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
So I'll cast. So it costs me 3 and then 4.
Yep.
And I take 15 damage.
Make your spellcasting roll. And let me make my dodge. I gotta spend another stamina. Actually, forgot to spend one on this. Oh no, that was only one. Oh, there was 2, so I need to subtract 2.
Frick, I have rolled a 6 on every single spell cast I've done.
Jesus. All right, but let's see here. I am suffering from that
You're
critical
crazy.
hit. So it is. All right. I rolled a crit. I'm sorry. Once again, it leaps out of the way. Yeah, from that spike. But it sniffs and smells the blood coming out of your nose, and it's very hungry. All right, now it's its turn. But Gilbert is the one who just hacked it with a sword. I think it's going to focus its attention still on you there, Gilbert. So, first claw. That is a 22.
22. All right. I am gonna try to dodge.
Okay.
No modifiers. Okay, not a crit.
Roll
so
hit location
hits
for me.
in
And roll
the
percentile
right
for
leg.
bleed. It's crap damage. So percentile for bleed.
Percentile for bleed.
That's 11 points of damage. Oh no!
11
And you're
points of
bleeding.
Damage.
So it
11
tears
points
at
of
you.
damage minus 6 is. What is that?
Oh,
5 left over, so 2 points of damage.
1, because it's limb. Because you gotta have it, right?
Oh, that's I did the halving. That's 2.
Oh.
5 divided by 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. So 2 points of damage, and you are bleeding now, too.
Oh no.
Yeah, so what that means is... let's see here. Okay. Bleeding. Oh, hold on. It's a effect. I just passed it. Bleed. Your wounds open a vein, causing horrible bleeding, blah, blah, blah. You take 2 points of damage per each turn until the bleeding is stopped. You can end the bleeding by either casting a healing spell on it or making a successful first aid check at a DC 15.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me see if there's a bleeding.
I think because there are conditions on it, right? Oh, nice.
Broken
Okay.
heart for bleeding, and then conditions.
So that was its first claw.
Yep.
Let's do a second one here. Oof, cheapers. This is a... God, I don't know why it's so hard for me to add 3 numbers each time, and then also subtract 1. 24.
Gets me again.
Shit. Okay,
And-
roll hit location.
The right leg again.
All right, again, dang. That is 16, 20 points of damage.
20 points
No,
of
no,
damage.
sorry, 18,
minus
18.
6 is 14.
Actually, make it 16 because I fucked up last time with how much you were taking.
All right, 16 minus 6 is 10, so that's 5 points of damage that gets through.
Okay. And then the bite. Last bite, fucking 10. Jesus. 19, 20, 34.
All right.
Here it comes. Not bad. So it
5.
keeps it to a 9,
Yep.
which means it's only a, whatever the first, not the first one, but the second stage one, right?
Yeah, it's a regular critical, not a complex, I think.
Okay. 10, no, did I say 9?
Yeah, you said 9, which
Awesome.
is a simple
Yep.
critical.
Yeah, so it's only simple critical. So you take 3 more points of damage, but your crit is sprained leg. That makes sense. You take -2 speed, dodge, escape, and athletics. And that's another reason why you would use parrying, is if you're affected by a wound that would screw up your dodging and parrying like that.
All right, so let me see if there's a way to add that as a...
Oh.
Stat modifiers.
Yeah. So -2 to speed, dodge and escape, and athletics. I don't know if there's a way of putting mods in for your
There's
skills.
only on the... There's a skills and stats modifier notes. So -2...
To dodge and escape and athletics.
Dodge, escape,
Okay.
and athletics.
Okay.
All right.
All right. And then that was its first action.
Yep.
Let's do a song so nice they're playing it twice. So I did get a -5 in total to all these attacks though. So there's that. Okay.
It had a -5 and it rolled a 34.
No,
That's the
it's
crits
because
it's the explosion.
yeah, there's the second attack.
And it only was
now.
a -2 last time.
Yeah. So my first claw is an 18.
All right, I'm gonna parry this time
Okay.
with a 19.
Yep, that succeeds. So reduce the. Oh, you parried. So you.
So it's staggered now.
Oh,
So
he
it's
staggered.
-2.
Yeah. So we put a thing on that. Good stuff. Did that include the -3?
Yeah, that includes the -3.
Oh, okay. All right, so then it gets -7 to the attacks for the next ones. So that's... All right. Next attack is a 12.
A 12. So I think I can just dodge this and take the penalty.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I dodge. That's
And then
an actual 17, but
Bite comes in. Ooh, 20.
20. All right, then I'm going to block this one.
Okay. Oh,
One.
nice! 1 point of damage as
I
the
lose
big jaws
reliability.
go down on the
Steel
sword. Awesome. That is the end of the werewolf's turn. Gilbert, what are you doing?
Is
So you-
more defenses.
so you
All
take
right, I'm
2 points of
starting to
damage
run
from
out
the-
of stamina, but
You take 2 points of damage from the bleed, and then you heal back 1 or 3 from the thing. So heal back
plus
1.
one. Yep.
Okay.
So let's go for it. Let's do the silver sword. Try to take this thing down.
Okay.
Try to get some more criticals.
Hell yes. So then let's see here,
all right.
and it's staggered as well too. So it's a total of -4 to these actions here.
Fast strike, not an extra action. Silver sword.
Okay. and that
Random,
means
no modifiers. Random, no modifiers. 19 and 18.
19, 18. Okay, so first one successfully dodges. Second one, I rolled a 14, so you hit.
All right, so I do torso damage.
Oh, I forgot to
with
heal him
silver
last
sword
time too. Sorry.
Of 12.
12 to the torso. Nice.
12 with the torso.
Okay, so then that means 4. Okay, get through. All right. And do you want to take another action?
Yes. Seems like we're finding that that's generally the best thing to do.
Yeah.
It's- I mean, the penalty is not great, but having more attacks per round is just so. Especially if you can get those.
Yeah, yeah.
criticals. All right, fast strike. This is the extra action. Silver sword. Random, no modifier. Random, no modifier.
Okay.
16 and 19.
So let's see here. First, okay, so I know what I'm adding here. Successful on the first dodge, and I need to roll 7 on the second one. I rolled a 7 on the second one. Sorry, but it does cost him 2 more stamina to do those dodges. Okay, much better now that I got the math in my head beforehand. Real Def, what are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna I'm gonna use my luck, half of it.
Okay.
I have 10 luck.
Holy shit! That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm really lucky. And I'm going to cast my spikes at him, but with the +5.
Nice. Okay, so it costs him another stamina.
If I just put additional mods of 5, does it?
It should
Yeah.
be. Yep, should have added to
Yeah,
it.
don't put the plus.
Oh my good
Oh,
lord!
no!
I still roll a 22.
Oh no!
I
But there's.
roll every time, and I fumble.
Hold on. So you roll another.
Good lord!
Roll another D10, because there's actual specific fumbles for magic.
Yep.
Oh my god! What a joke!
6. So you take 6 points of damage, and you are stunned.
Good.
So this thing is just
I've been absolutely useless versus the werewolf.
No, you've been so the penalty to its it lost 1 round from the blinding, so that was useful, and you have been damaging it. It's
Yeah,
just
if we had timed it better on the blinding, we could have gotten a big round in with me.
if he had used athletics because you could move half his speed when he repositions, he could have dove out of that, and then you could have blasted him with it.
Yep, that's a good. Yeah.
Well, but I mean,
Yeah.
he hasn't even hit me. I'm almost dead, and I'm almost out of stamina.
But you can take what's your recovery stat?
7.
So you gain 7 stamina back by taking an action.
Yeah, I'm actually at 12 after that spell.
Okay, so the let's see here.
Does the spell still go off, or does it just backfire?
It just backfires, I think.
Okay.
Terrible. Real lucky there, game. Spend 5 points of luck, hurt yourself for 6 points.
So what it says in the errated PDF: 1 to 6, magic sparks and cackles, and you take 1 point of damage for every point you fumbled by, but the spell still goes off.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Similar to the way that.
Oh
when you
no, it says that
fumbled
in here
the
too.
melee attack.
Sorry, I'm an idiot, and yeah, so it still goes off. So, you still roll a 22, and I rolled a nat 1. So, let's see what comes away from that. 2. So I failed by actually this is important. I rolled a 10. You succeeded by 12, which means you get a crit on him as well. So this hurt you, but it also hurt him. That is also very true of the source material, at least the show.
And it's a complex crit, so 2d6 for the critical.
2d6 for the critical. Okay. Oh, and plus 5 damage, so it's 20 points of damage. So here we go. All right.
Just breaking the ribs on the other side now.
Nice.
Working the body.
Boom, boom. So that means he has. Well, it was a complex crit. 8. Oh yeah, broken ribs. -2 to body, and -1 to reflex and dodge. So it's. Oh, has it only been -1 so far? I was applying -2. We were playing on easy mode. Okay, so another.
Well, sort of. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
sort
call
of.
this easy mode. But
Definitely not. All right, so his ribs are cracked, and yeah, that's amazing. So yet another crit. Okay, so guys, we are already 10 minutes over time, and it's midnight or past midnight Jeff's time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Good mind.
I
your
think
time.
we were just doing this to test it out. I almost like this one shot better as a cliffhanger of,
Yeah.
we survive the fight with the werewolf, because it's
So-
looking real bad,
But it's really up and down too. Like with
Oh,
that
totally.
healing spell is
Yeah, no,
really
I like
fucking
it.
cool. So you've got plus, with getting 3 back each time, and Gilbert's getting down, so he's gonna have to take a recovery, and the werewolf's gonna have to take a recovery at some point too. It's a, you know what? I'm really glad we did one more combat encounter, because I like this a hell of a lot more, having done the math properly on the adversaries, and seeing you fight something bigger where critical hits can have that compounding effect.
Yeah. Yeah, the critical hits against this thing are cool because it's a big, it's kind of a long-term change to the fight. Instead of against those small guys, it was just like, 1 crit and they're basically dead.
Yeah. And I screwed up there as well too, because I wasn't adding like 6 more into it. Should have been whatever results you were getting should have been 6 less. So I think there probably would have been less.
So yeah, we probably got some deadly crits that shouldn't have been deadly and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
which is still, I mean, like I think you guys would have beat them, but it wouldn't have been quite as much of a steamroll as it was. This though feels really fucking cool. Like this really feels like a boss fight, right? And the use of your spells,
like a really good fight.
Definitely. Can you cast healing on yourself?
I don't see why not.
Does it say another target, or what did it say on the spell? Because that would be really awesome.
Here, I'll click on it because I copied all the text.
Stimulates natural healing of a target. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just says a target. It looks like.
That's really bad.
Yeah. So I mean, that might be what I do next turn. Is actually.
Yeah.
One that's healing on myself. Yeah.
Him going up like this could be, and the thing is, like every single dice roll is really interesting in this as well too. The potential for a crit, like in the sense of rolling the things up, and a potential critical effect on the things. Like this, I'm picturing you staggering around on your limping leg, and the healing is allowing Gilbride to stay in the fight, right? Because his health is still up, but you're suffering with that bum leg now where it got you.
Well, and thank God I bought the pants, because I think every time this thing has hit me, it's been to
the legs.
So 8 armor to the legs that I started with. I'm down to like 5 on the right leg.
Holy shit!
It's almost halved by.
Right, because the thing's going down too,
slashing through it.
So. Yeah. So you know what? So for those listening at home who may have joined us the whole way, the regen is really good too. Says C30, totally, and that's I mean, you guys seen that health bump up again, right? Like that's got to suck seeing it. One of the things I'll let you know, Arlen, because I imagine the first thing that Gilbride would do would be to look up, go to a book about werewolves. He shows up at a.
Let's look in the bestiary and look at this monster's stat for next time.
So the werewolves, where is it here? Let's see. And the critical failures don't feel as punishing or as swingy as I thought they might be when I read it.
No, I don't think so either. They're good.
Moondust bombs.
I mean, they're only a 1 in 10 chance, right?
So here's vulnerabilities. Cursed oil is one thing. So if you poured cursed oil on your thing, you'd have their armor. And moondust bombs, a werewolf caught in the area of a moondust bomb cannot regenerate for the duration of the bomb's effect. So, like, imagine if this was a story, you guys would hear about this thing being on there, you'd do some research, you'd prep your shit with crafting and whatever, and then if, a clever, pain-in-the-ass DM like me would probably mean that while you're trying to do that shit, some other bullshit is going to be going on to cause problems for you guys.
Yep.
While you're doing
even
that.
if I had, because I have potion diagrams, but I don't have any potions yet.
Yeah.
But if I had any potions, I could have, in the moment that I saw the trees moving, been like, oh shit, take a swallow, and suddenly I'm regenerating for basically the whole fight. And similar to the effect that Real Delph cast on me, I think it's 3 per round.
That's crazy. I didn't really read the spells beforehand. That's a fucking awesome choice of spells, Jeff. And I love how dynamic it feels too. It's not. This is not the same thing as 4E, but that's one of the things I really loved about 4E was the ebb and flow of your health, and having the parallels of the hit point damage with the crits makes this feel really fucking visceral. And what I was thinking when I got that crit on you is like, I can't wait for you to kill or drive this thing off, and then see you dealing with the consequences, right?
Yep.
Of going,
trying to bandage up my broken up leg and
the cool thing is, so there's a difference between like treated and stabilized and treated crits.
Yep.
Right? So like stabilizing is that slapping together in the middle of a fight and then carrying on. Treated is like, okay, it's going to be on its way to mending, but there's still a lingering effect of it.
Yep.
So that's so like.
Well, one other thing to point out is if I hadn't rolled so badly on the Trial of Grasses, I lost a point to body, and my body was 9. At 9 body, you do 2 more damage that I'm doing right now. So every hit would have been better if I hadn't rolled poorly on the trials.
Oh, that's so cool.
So so it's another element of the kind of whole story. I should have focused more on, dead more push-ups to buff up before the trials. So
Yeah, yeah.
do more damage.
So this is, man, oh man, like the bandit fight, I screwed up with the way I was running that, so that's the problem. And we spent a lot of the bandit fight trying to sort out what was errata and what was. I'll turn this fucking crazy music down a little bit now. We spent a lot of time figuring out what, how the game actually works and whatnot. Once we got it going, this is one of the best fights we've had.
Yeah.
This is
awesome.
really fucking like intense and really feels like there's a lot of ebb and flow and whatnot. Like this feels like what a boss fight should feel like.
Yep.
And story wise too. I've already got my mind. These things are smart enough. They're not going to fight till they die. If you really mess this thing up enough, it's going to boogie. In which case there would be.
It doesn't want to be killed.
Yeah.
It knows it's regenerating, so
Oh man,
it could
and even
come back at us later.
What's your penalty to speed right now, Gilbert?
-2.
Oh, and I totally have to run, you guys, but don't.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff.
Review and outro and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
See you next time.
See you next time. The what do you call it? We weren't doing call shots either. Because like either this thing or you guys could have been trying to hit a specific part of the body as well too.
Yep.
In which case that trying to either I don't quite get what the call shots to anything other than because the critical hits are not triggered or not based on the place you hit.
I think they are with the errata, because I was reading the section that it says if you did a called shot, you just apply the critical that applies to that part of the body.
Oh, that's amazing.
So if you wanted to like I joked about, work the body like a boxer essentially. To build up criticals there.
Well, even like hitting the limbs, like if it's got a favored limb,
hitting the limbs so that you could damage its arms so that it can't claw as well.
That's incredible. Yeah, and that's another one of those interesting risk reward things. And you could be blowing luck if you chose to, right, to try and offset that.
Yep.
So, yeah,
if I had more luck, I only had 3 to start with.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, so that's man, oh man, what a really, really fun fight.
Absolutely.
And like setting and all the other stuff that would go into this, and like the idea of the investigation. There's a cool kind of mini game element to investigations that they introduce in the journal, which also would be like mysteries as well too. For me, there's absolutely no question of if we're going to play this again. We are absolutely playing this again because this was really, really good.
Yes. I totally agree. I would definitely play this again. I'm sorry that your print book doesn't have all the errata stuff.
It's so fucking crazy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we got a comment that 1.3 is the newest edition.
So I got to download the newest version. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What do I have? 1.2 is it?
Yeah, what you sent us was 1.2, so there may be an even newer PDF.
Yep,
and
I'll go to drive through tonight.
I guess if they're still printing, I assume the book is still in print, that they're printing 1.3 now.
Maybe you know what? I should contact our Talsorian and see. I'd honestly like if the new printings of the books, like rather than the PDFs, the books have everything corrected in it. I'd honestly I don't mind springing for another copy of the book for it, because it's even having one copy, that means I could. And it really didn't take us that much to figure out, like, not to take away from the frustration of, it's a really big, and honestly, it feels so much like a 90s issue. I know Catalyst is just notorious for its errata, but like so many other smaller press games we get nowadays, they come together so heavily playtested that it's we don't have this problem. So
and it's a thing with with the advent of digital releases, right? A lot of even smaller people can release a PDF and then let the community playtest that for a little while, and then when it goes to print, it's the updated version. And I'm a little surprised that this didn't get that, but it was still a lot of fun to play, and we figured out everything that we had questions about.
And what a good game. Like, holy shit. This is, like, if this is how much fun the fighting stuff is, whatever it does to augment those other rules, and the idea of what fumbles might be in skills and stuff like that are pretty fun as well. and the layout of the book is a bit of a mess as well too. It would really benefit from just having one place, because I mean, like, you look in one place to see what your stats do and how many you get to, how you generate them. You look in another place for your money. You look in another place for your skills, and it's not even like they're all in the blue pages section, but that's like a 80 or 90 page section. So
Yep.
it really would benefit from a more clear things. But all of that is, even in spite of all of that, I'd play the shit out of this again.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Totally agree. Would be super fun. And we talked about the world is so cool. It has such a neat, and there. Do you have the Witcher's Journal book yet?
Yep, that's the one. That's the monster book.
Oh yeah, because that I think has some stuff about like a much earlier version of this part of the world.
Yeah.
And all that sort of stuff. So we could play. You could. That's always one of my concerns with licensed games is like Geralt of Rivia is off doing the exciting stuff and you get to play along on the sidelines. But if you could play in like 1500 years before the
But you're
events
not.
of the
But it's
third-
not epic fantasy anyway.
Yeah,
right?
it's not as
So
much, but there's still kind of plot points that if I were running it,
Yeah.
I would want to hit those things.
Well, so one of the things they do in the core rulebook, which is really cool, is they point out that, like, look, here's some major changes that had rippling effects on the plot going forward, and here's how you could twist them.
Yeah,
So
that's
there's-
cool.
Yeah, so there's already ways of them. So it's not so much like, how do I replace my PCs in the cockpit of the X-wing to blow up the Death Star. It's more like where the big turning points were for the world, how you could change those so that you could have your own thing.
Well, yeah, and it's kind of the Game of Thrones thing that we talked about if you play in the period of the Game of Thrones, the power players are already set versus if you play Sword Chronicle, the new version,
Yeah.
you have totally new power players.
Yeah,
And
and
you
like
can do-
the thing I'd be fine with, like, to be honest, because I'm not going to really incorporate. Like, I get that there is a plot for why Nilfgaard is doing what it's doing and how it involves Geralt and Ciri and whatnot. I'm fine to ignore all that shit because I don't care. It's going to be small personal level stories about, like the way I would. Honestly, it would feel like writing for Conan with a little bit more Lovecraft stuff, or not necessarily Lovecraft, but like a little bit more gothic horror, which is totally up my alley. And I think I may have fucked up, and I think you guys may have needed to make a courage roll at some point too, for this thing appearing. I'm going to take a look again at my errata as well, and find out the major things that were screwed up. And I guess, like, just another, and this doesn't affect my enjoyment of the game, but if there is more of that stuff where it is so wrong, when you've got a game that has so many cool, complex, moving parts in it, it's really frustrating when you're going to have to double check to make sure that that's what you're looking at is what you actually need, right?
Well, and I imagine we didn't get a whole lot into it, but it seems like for you, a big fight, like having fought those 5 guys, if we had been doing the stuff effectively, could have felt like a lot to manage if you had like, oh, this guy has -1 reflex, so we need to remember that.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
That feels like a lot of moving parts if you're going to have kind of bigger fights versus I think part of the reason why this 1-on or 2-on-1 versus the werewolf works so well is because it allowed us to engage with all of that without missing those things nearly as much.
Well, and I wonder whether I don't think there are any like minion rules in the game, but I can't remember.
Well, and you could homebrew them pretty easily. Just say
Definitely.
like the first critical hit against a minion takes it out entirely or something like that.
Okay, so it looks like Witcher Errata is version 3 now, and Witcher Core is 1.3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll have to take a look at those. And the thing is like normally that's the kind of thing that would really make or break a game for me. Like Shadowrun 5th is just it's so many things. Every book that came out for it, there's like 14 pages of errata. So to the point where I just didn't want to play it because it was such a pain to try and track this stuff. Even with the errata, if the game is in a stable state right now where they've identified all the problems and whatnot, and the typographical errors and how they were presenting combat, this is a great game. Boy, oh boy. Cool. Well, that was awesome. Thank you so much for playing this with me tonight, because this was, like I said, it's one of my what do you call it? Bucket list games for the end of the year. So
Yeah.
we've got one down, I think 6 to go. No, one down, 5 to go, which is pretty awesome. And now I've prepped the Expanse as well too, so we're ready to play that whenever we need to switch out. So cool. All right, so then for those listening at home, again, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for everyone who helped us in chat as we were going along too. That was really, really cool. Once again, if you do, the current version that's been released incorporates all the errata, so you can get it on Drive-Thru RPG, but it's our Talsorian's The Witcher. Even in spite of all the problems we had with it, I really, really liked running this game. This was a lot of fun. Then, as is always the case, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the session or the game we played, please don't hesitate to leave a comment in the comment section below, and we will endeavor to reply in a timely fashion. In addition, you can reach me by Twitter at Dungeon Musings, and reach me by email. My email address is dungeonmusings@gmail.com. In addition, there is a link in the description of this video to the Dungeon Musings Discord server, where you can find us and we discuss this game, every other game we run on the channel, as well as we have channels dedicated on the Discord server to things like looking for a group, if you're looking to find people to play with, if you want to talk about virtual tabletops and setting up streaming and things like that. There's some great advice on there. There's just a general bunch of great people on there who like talking about gaming. In addition, if you enjoyed the session, clicking on a thumbs up always helps us. And if you want to see more on the channel, be sure to click on subscribe and click on the bell icon to be notified when we go live. Normally, I post the schedule for the Dungeon Musings channel on the Dungeon Musings, the community tab of the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel, and on Twitter and on the Dungeon Musings Discord server. But sometimes we have to make last-minute changes to the games like we did tonight. Let's see here. What else? From now until September 1st, so we're coming up on the last week of this, we have the last week of our annual charity raffle to benefit SOS Children's Villages International, a really amazing organization active in over 130 countries that benefits over 80,000 orphaned and abandoned children. The grand prize this year is a copy of Beadle and Grimm's right here, Gold Edition Eberron Rising from the Last War box set. That sucker sitting up there is mine. The copy that will be our grand prize is still in the packaging from our friends at Beadle and Grimm. If you don't win that, there are still a bunch of other great prizes, including 2 copies of The Astonishing Swordsmen and Sorcerers of Hyperborea core rulebook, a copy of Keith Anand's Monsters Know What They're Doing, an Any award-winning book as well. There's a chainmail dice bag made by our very own resident armor smith. There is a dice bag shaped like a Skittermander. There are some prizes from the Dungeon Musings Redbubble shop, and there's some cool zines that have been donated by our buddy Jason Hobbs. So lots and lots of cool prizes. And the best thing is all donations go to benefit the kids who benefit from SOS Children's Villages International. And each raffle ticket is $25 Canadian, so it's about $18 American, and every one gives you one chance to win one of those awesome prizes. Last thing I will say is a massive thank you to both of my players from tonight. One has departed already because it was ungodly late and he was getting up ungodly early. So Arlen, who is still around, and Jeff, thank you so much for jumping in the last second, for diving into this new system, helping me figure out how the thing should be working, and soldiering on to. And that's it, again, like, it is not just any players who will happily switch games, right before we go live. So again, Arlen and Jeff, thank you so much for being such troopers and jumping in to try this sucker out.
I think I can speak for both of us when I say that it was a blast.
Awesome.
And we got to play characters that are totally in our wheelhouse, because Jeff loves playing mages with cool spells, and I love playing big bashy guys who bash things. So
and that's not to keep showering praise on this, but like, goddamn, that fight felt so good. Like, you felt like the badass Witcher, diving and rolling and ducking and getting out of the way and getting one good stroke in, and crack, and the visceral reaction of it cracking its ribs, when it is hit. Like, that's such a cool thing.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, amazing. All right, so then with that, we will say great game for a Beast of Gavaudan style multi-episode mini campaign. Yeah, I mean, this would, I would really love, in spite of whatever problems are with the printing and whatever else, I would love to see this game in motion. And even like the critical effects, what I kept thinking of is the critical effects that you were suffering from. The idea of, you going forward and having to deal with this fucking bum leg from that one fight for the next little bit, right?
Yep.
Like, that's just, and it makes those other fights even more difficult, right? Like, if you were built around, and that's probably another way why having so many different ways of doing defenses is fucking cool, because you use, what is it you use for athletics? Is it dodge or is it speed?
Athletics uses dexterity, I think. Let me
See
double
there,
check.
so yeah. That's the one I was thinking of, where it's a different stat from your attacking thing.
Yeah, so you've got athletics through character sheet isn't working right for some reason.
I can take a look on the print one here. Dex,
But you have
athletics
some
through
stuff
dex.
through reflexes, you got some stuff through dexterity, and you've got different skills, so you can dodge versus parry versus block versus athletics, so that when you take those penalties to like one of those skills, because I actually did, right? You noticed
Yeah.
I was dodging all of his attacks, and then I started parrying them and blocking.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think that was working as intended, essentially.
definitely. Yeah, no, that's awesome. So, yeah, great game. I'm very much looking forward to playing it again. And the characters were so cool too. Like they really
Yeah.
did come together in a very competent kind of way, right?
Absolutely.
And to be honest, I don't think that the fight with the bandits would have gone a huge amount difference, because 6 points with how much you were rolling over, 6 points wouldn't have made a huge hill of beans difference. You probably would
Yeah,
have been.
it would have. I think it would have made some of a difference, just because I noticed. I don't know what the bandits' total stats are, but 60 stat points is apparently average, is what it says, because that's about the average of what you roll on the d10s.
Okay.
And Gilbred is only 60, so
Really?
it's statted into a lot of stuff well, in the sense that he's got really high reflexes, high body, high dexterity, high speed.
Yeah.
But he's got 1 empathy and 3 luck.
So the highest stat that a bandit has is a 6.
Okay, so the bandits are definitely below.
Oh yeah, they're
PCs.
definitely subpar for you guys. Yeah, because their highest, their total bonus, the base for their attacks is a 12.
Is it 12? So Gilbrid is looking at a reflexes of 10 plus swordsmanship of 6.
Yeah.
So 16.
So your base 16, yeah. Their base dodge is a 4. Their stamina is 20.
Okay.
But if you're doing multiple attacks, that chews up really quickly.
Yep.
Hit points or the health points are only 20, and their stun was a 4. So like they go down pretty. If you hit them, they're gone.
So they're definitely a fair bit weaker, and that's good to know also, because I think that's one of the things with games like this, kind of similar to with Conan. You probably noticed in the Conan game that I dumped momentum into penetration on that last fight against the monster, because I knew that it was incorporeal, so it
Yep.
had big resistance to physical damage. I think similar thing here. Like, if I had known that the bandits had such weak, I would have just double axied them for the whole time and stunned them.
Yeah.
Right, I don't need to use my sword at all. I can do signs and finish them off while they're stunned.
Yeah.
And that kind
they had a
of
30% chance of
iterative play,
recovering.
allowing for tactical decisions, would be really
Absolutely.
Cool
Well, that's the thing too, of cutting down the number of people that were there as well too. That
Yeah.
would have made a huge difference. And I cannot say good. I'm going to keep talking praises. When we have a session like this where it's a good game that we've experienced for the first time, it's really hard to stop talking about it. But we got games tomorrow, so I got games tomorrow at least. I don't know if you're going to be able to make it, but
I'm probably going to sleep through it.
that is not a bad idea.
Odds are good.
All right, so then for those listening at home, we will wrap this up then. We hope you enjoyed this foray into the world of The Witcher on the continent. And with that, if you are listening to this during the current COVID crisis, we do hope this finds you healthy, safe, and weathering the current crisis as well as can be expected. We hope that you enjoyed the session, gave you a chance to turn your minds off of the troubles of our world and thinking about the troubles that our heroes are getting themselves into. And until we see you again,